We are
Hey.
live. That's what Darren says. Good evening, Philippines, and everywhere else you might be. Over there we have. Let's see. Let's do it right. There we go. That's Sean. He's driving.
In Ohio.
Okay. And I'm just here being fat. So anyway, usually I get slammed with all these trolls and people coming in, so we'll see what happens. Hey, fat fuck. Oh, it's Darren.
I'm headed southbound on 71 between Cleveland and Columbus.
If I'm not mistaken, Cleveland's almost center of the state, right?
No, Columbus. Cleveland's at the northeastern, right by the lake.
How long you been on the road so far?
2 hours. I shut down in Youngstown at the Petro.
Okay, and where are you heading?
Sikeston, Missouri.
Missouri?
Yeah, I got to deliver anytime there tomorrow. Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
And is this a big payout?
Yeah, it's all right.
I mean, no matter what, I guess sometimes you tell me it's like 4 to 5 figures.
It depends on where you're getting the load and where it's going. If you get a load out of the Northeast, it's not going to pay that great. If you are getting a load somewhere else and it's going to the Northeast, it pays really well.
What if somebody in your company said, hey, we need you to go from NC to all the way to California? And I'm sure that's 10 grand for you.
No, that would be about maybe 4.
I would think it would be so much more than that.
There's only a few loads that pay really well. The scallop load out of South San Diego by the border of Mexico and Tijuana.
Right.
You get a scallop load out of there and take it to Massachusetts. Yeah, that pays a little over 8 grand. And some of your pharmaceutical loads that go up into Canada pay astronomical.
But unfortunately, you have to pay to get back in our country.
Yeah. Canada doesn't charge you anything to go in their country. And they treat you very friendly and really nice. When you come back, you get treated with a fucking attitude.
We don't like you. Well, I'll pay $20 and you guys can eat my ass.
Yeah, and they won't hand you your change back. They'll put it in the counter right in front of you. Even if you reach for it, they won't hand it to you to your hand. They make you pick it up off the counter, which I don't understand that. You know, you want me to hand the money to you, but you can't hand it back to me? That's an insult. But I'll keep taking loads up in Canada if they pay me. That's why I really try not to let it bother me. I'm like, you stand here and you get paid $15 to $17 an hour. Me, I just got paid anywhere between 4 to 5 grand to take that load to Canada. So who's sitting more prettier? It only took me a day and a half to do it.
Right. 2 people watching, now 3 people. I'm telling you, here it goes. Watch. They're all going to come in at once and be dicks.
Yeah, but Josh, when me and Darren were kids, well, not so much Darren, but me and him are the same age. But in America, we used to be very welcoming back when I was a kid. Up until about maybe 15 years ago, then America has become colder than a witch's tit. Neighbors don't even like each other. They don't even know each other. And it's like, well, where's this hatred coming from? Because I get complaints. Every time I come home, I get complaints because of my truck. And I'm accommodating. I'm like, look, I'm rarely ever home, okay? I'm going to be leaving soon anyway. So my truck shouldn't really be bothering you right now. That's if you can get a word in, because they try to talk over you. And then I tell them. And they keep talking. I said, if I don't get to talk, I'm not going to participate in this conversation. And I walk away from them. It's a crying shame. These old folks and grown freaking adults act like children. They never grew up. And that's why if I do move out of country, I'll probably move to Canada, like a lot of other people have.
Darren's accommodating. He might let you stay with him.
Well, Canadians are a lot nicer too.
But unfortunately, he's going to have his wifey Ken's over there. He's got a 3-bedroom place, but he sleeps on the couch.
Yeah, if I move to Canada and it's not Toronto, it'll definitely be Sault Ste. Marie. Oh my God, that's a beautiful place. That's right over the border from Mackinac, Michigan.
Trying to add Adrian. He's here. There we go.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Adrian.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up? I'm doing all right. How about you, Josh? How are you today?
I'm good. Just waiting to start my new job. Looking forward to it.
Well, good luck. Hope it works out. How you doing, Sean?
All right. Adrian, I got a question. Do you
Sure.
ever go across the border into Mexico and do grocery shopping?
Haven't done that in forever.
But if you did, it's a lot cheaper, right?
Pretty much so, yeah, because everything here is so damn
Yeah,
expensive right now.
Yeah, I'd get used to doing that again.
Yeah,
Make
well,
your money go a lot farther.
because our money is more than what it is in Mexico right now. The peso's more. It's less than here. So
Because if I lived along the border, that's what I'd be doing. I'd go across the border, do my shopping over there, and come back.
yep, that's what I would do too.
And plus, you can get the corn tortillas too, which are great.
The real homemade corn tortillas, the really good ones,
Mm-hmm.
and the real good homemade tortillas too. The really good ones.
You buy them here at like a Kroger, and they
Forget
stick
it.
together and they tear apart, and it's like, what the fuck did I buy this for?
Well, not only do they stick together in the packaging, that's the problem with those. Me
Yeah,
and
they don't
Josh
know
had
how
a
to-
real thrill the other day. People were being stupid here in his live.
Oh yeah, I was here, but
So,
nobody could see what I was typing.
well, I'm here to back. Well, today I'm here to back up Josh again. So it just pisses me off that people have to be so stupid and naive. I hate that shit. Like literally. I was thinking in my head after Josh ended his live that day, it's like, why do people gotta be so fucking naive and stupid and try to piss Josh off and end his live, you know?
Yeah, I
It
was
just,
almost at 3 hours on that one.
yeah,
I
you
wonder,
almost had 3 hours on that one, Josh. Nearly 3 hours.
they're like, where the hell are these trolls coming from? I've never seen them before.
They're everywhere now. It's like, and they're even bot generated now trolls too. You need to put in that thing that people would use here in the live streams. I forgot what the hell that thing is. I had it in my stuff.
Nightbot.
Yeah, that one.
I've got it, and I don't know why it's not working. I've
They haven't.
actually,
I'm going to start putting Nightbot for mine soon.
Yeah, I forgot
Again.
about that. I remember Sammy always used it, but she would call it night butt.
because she can't wait to get some. I wonder if she would poke, or would the other person poke?
Nah, I don't know.
Is she the giver, or she wants it?
No,
Yeah.
Sammy is 100% bottom.
Oh, okay.
Although when she gets angry at some troll or somebody that she never got along with, oh yeah, she threatened, "Oh fuck your ass," and then
Yes.
kick it. Yeah, she got that idea from me because of what Ramon I once knew. He was a gay dude, drove for Prime. He had a pink.
Still there?
But he was gayer than a $3 bill. And he was cool. He had a great personality. But this guy, biker looking dude, about 300 pounds overweight, was giving him a hard time. And he threatened him out the window. He goes, man, I'll kick your ass and then I'll fuck it. I died laughing. His name was Ramon. Me, I would have tried to find a camera to take a video of that, or ask security if I could have a copy of the recording of him kicking that dude's ass. Oh, we lost Adrian.
His boss called him.
Oh. Hopefully he didn't have to go into work.
He works with his mother.
Oh, okay.
He works for his mom, just like I did for Marion.
Oh, okay. I knew he took care of his mother. I didn't know that was his job too. I didn't know that.
He used to work at a grocery store, and now he just wanted to do full time with his mom. Sean says, "Wow, you know more than I do."
I know he takes good care of his mom. I do know that. I just felt kind of bad because I was wanting to let her have my cookies, but Adrian was like, no, she don't need the sugar.
Look at my ears. Just came in. That's her username. Look at my ears. I don't know who this is. She said, America is just a very patriotic country now. We're not putting up with any BS anymore.
Patriotic country. I don't know where the patriotic part comes in, where we treat everybody like an enemy, or we treat everybody despicably like we have been. America used to be known for its hospitality and warm welcoming. That has been gone for a long time. And be very sociable. You don't know this person from Adam. You go to a festival and you just start talking to somebody like you've known them for years, and you instantly develop a friendship. That's unheard of anymore. You got people wanting to get into fistfights at amusement parks. That won't fly in Kings Island, I'll tell you. They'll just arrest you right there.
Now she said immigrants are taking advantage of our hospitality.
No, they're not. Immigrants are a scapegoat. If you think the poorest people in the world, 12 million, because they've counted them, it's just a little under 12 million that have come over here undocumented. Now, mind you, under 12 million are going to be the catalyst that caused our economy to be what it is. Out of 350 million, I don't think so. Because we talk about this, like yesterday, Josh tried getting in touch with me, but I couldn't take his messages or his calls because I've been in a conference call every week with the most prestigious economists in the world, especially here in the United States. And we discuss things. We even have heated debates. People that have been economists for over 50 years. They know what they're talking about. And they don't look through a keyhole when they look at the economy. They look very broadly. That's why I tell everybody, if you're not go ahead.
This person's saying, if you don't want to assimilate, they can go back home.
Assimilate. What do you mean by that?
I don't
See,
know.
this person's just regurgitating things that they thought were funny or sounded good to them.
He or she said, they come here and get on government benefits. That's horseshit.
That's horseshit. Yes, exactly. You have to have a Social Security card and a birth certificate, or you're not getting it. You're believing because somebody told you that. Somebody on like Fox News or a Republican politician said that, and you believed it instead of looking at the real facts. Are you kidding? Those people can't do that because they're basically turning themselves in to where they're undocumented, and then they'll just go and pick them up. They're not going to do that. Are you kidding? And we're talking about the poorest people. These people make just a couple of dollars a day picking our fruits and vegetables.
Now they said America needs to take care of their own first, not illegals.
And I want this person to think of this for a minute. The United States is the fruit salad of the world, okay? Every culture and race is represented here in the United States. Maybe not by a whole lot. Some got very large groups. But America owes its culture to every country on the face of this earth. For instance, St. Patrick's Day, that's Irish. Columbus Day in October, that's Italian. Oktoberfest, that's German. Cinco de Mayo, which a lot of right-wingers hate so much because of the brown people. Cinco de Mayo, 5th of May. And I've been out there. I celebrated Cinco de Mayo 2 years in a row out there in Salina, California. Had a great time. Good food, dancing. I was the only gringo there, but it didn't bother anybody. They were welcoming to me, and they talked to me.
Now,
they looked at me fun.
This person was saying something, I guess, to you. Where was it? She said, he or she said, in California, millions of illegals get benefits. She says, I know, I have family with illegals.
Yeah, bullshit.
Illegals get driver's license in California.
Now that's true, but they don't get benefits. Well, I mean, what's the point here? We're trying to make people's lives better, right? It sounds like something Jesus would do. These are human beings, okay? See, we used to be welcoming from people all over the world. It didn't matter. Did you ever read what it says on the
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty? Bring me you're tired, you're hungry, and you're poor. That's why, the way things are now, we need to send it back to France that gave it to us. Again, another country.
I'm just repeating what they're saying in the chat. I don't mean to upset you.
Oh, no, you're not upsetting me, Josh. You're just relaying the message. Because I know you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And me, I don't hate Trump supporters. I'm trying to reach them. And I'm not a Democrat either. I'm an independent.
And then
In all honesty,
I'm sorry.
go ahead. You go ahead.
They said, nope, we have limited resources now, different times. This is not the 1800s.
Limited resources. What do you mean? What resources do we have that are limited? Well, they're limited now because of the Strait of Hormuz. And whose fault is that? Lack of intelligence of our leadership. That's where that comes from. Because everybody knew you didn't want to start anything with Iran because they're not doing anything to anybody. You start something with Iran, they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And now look what we're going to have to all live through. Traditionally, Americans never started wars. We finished them, or tried to. But mind you, we won World War II with our allies, especially Russia. And if Russia hadn't put the pressure on the Eastern Front, our grandfathers would have got butchered on the beaches of Normandy. Now, ever since World War II, America's been in war many a times, and we lost every one of them. And a lot of Americans can't handle that fact.
Can I share something that they're saying?
Sure.
They're telling me to ask you about giving illegal CDL licenses.
CDLs?
Yeah.
Well, if they know that they're here undocumented, well, let's make them documented. But in the same time, if they want a CDL, they go through the same scrutiny as the rest of us do. They can go to a CDL school, learn how to drive a truck, everything to safety. Believe me, this is nothing new. There have been undocumented Mexican truck drivers driving in California for years, and some of them can't speak English, but they've driven a truck safely. Everybody wants to talk, and I agree. They need to go through the same scrutiny as we do. But here's the thing: they're talking about this story, that story about an illegalness. Well, let's talk about the regular American trucker. How we had one, you wouldn't hear about this, but you'd probably Google and find a story of it. We had a driver that went through a McDonald's drive-through with a 53-foot trailer and took half the building out. And it's like, how did he get in there is what my question was. But he managed to do it. Some of these guys managed to pull things off, and it's like, how did they do this? Regular American pie truck driver. Yeah, you don't ever hear about the stupid shit that they pull.
Okay, so now they're calling you crazy for what you're saying. They're listening to you. She said,
I'm crazy.
Something about a illegal trucker killed that poor family.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes. Call me. Can you hear me, Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's one incident. But you got to look at it at not through a keyhole and only look at immigrants. You got to look at the whole picture. There are more accidents that boneheaded truckers do all the time, even the seasoned veteran ones. But you won't hear those stories. This person's only hearing whatever news source they're getting from, which is probably OAN, Newsmax, or Fox. Because look, they're teaching you hate, nothing more. Because I've trained people from Atria. I trained an Iranian driver. I gave him the road name the Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla. And I have trained a Britishman. Who else is there? I think the rest are American.
This person said
that was like that.
This person said they are a Sean Hannity fan.
Sean Hannity? Yeah. Let me remind you, I'm not your enemy, okay? Here's the difference. I don't get paid millions of dollars through a contract to wear a suit and sit in front of you and tell you everything you want to hear. He does. I'm not getting paid nothing to do what I'm doing here and passing information to my fellow Americans. I don't get paid nothing, nor do I want to get paid. Well, I take that back. What you're seeing in front of you, I'm getting paid $2.78 a mile. And that's about $2.78 a minute. But that's me driving a truck. I don't get paid for being online and passing information or passing bullshit. And Sean Hannity gets paid to pass bullshit. You know, it's Tucker Carlson. He's totally talking something totally different now. That's because he's not getting paid millions of dollars to push the right-wing stories. See, some people, sell out, and some people are blinded by money. Me, I'm not blinded by money. The only money I'll take is what I've earned, what you're seeing right in front of you. And I'm what they call uncorruptible, just like Elliot Ness. And I tell people, who are you willing to listen to? Somebody you can see and hear whenever you want to, like me right now. Or you're going to listen to somebody else you'll never know. You'll be lucky to meet them. And if you do, after you shake their hand and say hello and you walk away, they've already forgotten about you. And they don't want to know you unless you're a billionaire investor, which I highly doubt you are. Sure, if you're a billionaire here in this country, yeah, you're doing well. You're rocking. Everybody else?
This person said, Trump is the greatest president since Lincoln.
And you obviously don't know the history of FDR, do you? You know, that middle-class lifestyle we once used to enjoy, that was created by FDR. And the man who taxed corporations and the rich 94% was reelected, mind you, reelected 3 times. He was the last president we allowed to serve more than 2 terms. Because when he died, Republicans visibly went to work on our government to make sure that no president can serve more than 2 terms. We were told was because we don't want a tyrant to come to president. But in reality, they don't want another FDR to become president. Because he did what worked for the mass of American people, not the tiny few.
They said, I'm from San Bernardino. I've seen what the taco rollers have done to the state.
Okay, that's a foolish statement. I like those taco trucks when I'm out west, man. I eat out of them all the time. Great American food, Mexican American food. Better than Taco Bell and Chipotle.
And have the crabs.
Chipotle, yeah, Chipotle will relocate your colon really good. Screw that. Eat at Taco Bell and shit blood for a week. And people that hate on California, let me remind you, California alone is the 5th largest economy in the world. So without California, United States, we would be a banana republic, which we're turning into one now anyway.
I don't hate it.
Hate what?
California.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do because they're listening to what the propaganda is saying. All trends, whether it be clothing, the way people talk, popular sayings, it all starts in California and comes east. Everything.
And now they're saying California also looks like a third world shithole.
Do what?
She said, he or she, whatever, California also looks like a third world shithole.
Where are you talking? I've been all over that state. Now, I'll agree with you on Skid Row and in that area of LA. And if you go out to Slab City, which is in the middle of the desert, but I could show you, third world countries like in Manila, their squatters area. Barry pointed it out to me out the window. I've seen it before when I went to the Philippines before. And I said, hell, I could take you to Detroit and show you places that look worse than that. And why does Detroit look the way it does? That's what happens when corporate elites, 40 people on the boards of directors of the auto industry, abandoned the United States for cheap foreign labor. That's what happens. Detroit is a collapsed city. You should go see it. It'll educate you really fast. That's what caused Detroit to become a collapsed city. When I was a kid and had aunts and uncles that lived in Redford and Flint, Detroit had a population of 2.5 million people. Today, they have like 480,000. That's what happens when the jobs were taken away and moved overseas. And 40 people out of 2.5 million decided that. And you call that democratic? No, that's a dictatorship.
Dictator.
Because nobody else had a say in what happened to their community.
Why is it Monday again?
What you've been told is to keep things the way they are and to vote against your own interests and act like a shamed millionaire, which you never were and you probably never will be. Instead of voting your interest and having that same lifestyle our grandparents had and fought for and our parents. Because everything that dealt with the New Deal that FDR implemented in 1933, it's all gone except for Social Security, but they're trying to get rid of it. Someone's going to jail. You got three troopers like that behind you, someone's going to jail. 1, you're probably going to get a ticket. 2, you might get off with a ticket and a warning. But if you got 3, someone's going to jail. But these things happen unevenly. You may not feel it yet, but you will. Everybody will. And you're going to find out the people that you badmouth and hate and talk bad about are predominantly similarly situated as you. Sure, like I told Josh the other day about the fuel prices. A lot of them won't talk to you about it. A professional trucker, me, I'll do it because why? I put principles over personal gain any day. Sure, these higher fuel prices benefit me, yeah, because of the fuel surcharge and my fuel discount, fleet discount. I'm an owner operator, but I'm contracted under a fleet, so I get a fuel discount. So I make money as the fuel prices go up through the surcharge. But I see how it negatively affecting everybody else because I'm a tiny minority. And I would rather not affect everybody else for my own personal gain. And that's not self-hatred or anything else like that. No, that's me as a Christian thinking of everybody else also.
Right.
And I make money off the fuel surcharge if I run my truck correctly, do very well. But y'all are going to pay for it when you go to the grocery store. Like right now, I'm hauling 45,000 pounds of Ben and Jerry's ice cream straight out of Vermont.
Oh, I had to block that person because it was getting intense.
Well, they were losing the argument, and hopefully I reached them. You know, they may not believe anything I say, but they can look it up for themselves and like, he was right. I know I'm right because I would never give anybody false information. Why would I do that? What would I benefit giving somebody bullshit information? Because me, it's right up my wheelhouse and my education. The economy, that's number one. We change and fix our economy. It's not fixing it, it's changing it. Then things will change for the better just by doing that one thing. Then the dichotomy of all these issues that people have would fall away. But number one is the economy. They're always pointing the finger to blame somebody instead of the system itself that's causing it. That's why Americans are at each other's throats. It's because we're living in a dead economic system that's outlived its usefulness, and we need to put it aside and move on to another economic system, like every other one in human history. But a lot of people can't wrap their heads around that or come make peace with it. Every economic system in history was born, evolved over time, and dies. We had primitive tribalism, then we had feudalism, then we had slavery. Now we had capitalism for 300 years. Well, born, evolved, and it's dead. And the longer we hold on to this, the more people are going to suffer. And attacking, colored people or people undocumented and all that is not going to fix your issue. That's called scapegoating and protecting the real issue itself. Because for 70 years in this country, we weren't allowed to criticize our economic system. Or be taught properly on not what to think, but how to think. That's why a lot of people have reverted to this fantasy land.
Did you get it out of your system now?
No, I always have it in my system. I'm always willing to help people get a full grasp and understanding what's wrong with our country. And it's not these issues that are being brought up. That's just theater and bullshit. I bring up the core issue, the economy. What's in your pocket?
Condoms. Oh, I was just being funny. You know, I don't know if you were, I guess you were, but I was kind of talking to somebody that was, I said, how old are you? She told me, I'm in 4th grade, I'm 10. I was like, nobody underneath 18 should be in here. Somehow she got in.
Well, I think some can do that unless you put like an, I don't know if you could do it, put an age restriction on a live stream.
Yes,
But I wouldn't know how to. I wouldn't know how to do that.
I did that.
Oh, you can do. You could do that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know.
When you set it up on the normal YouTube, not this, you can set it up and monetize it and everything else, and it gives you all these lots of these options before you go live.
Yeah. Well, when I do a live stream, I just use StreamYard, so I don't have to upload it to YT, and I don't know how to do the other one like y'all do. But you can't have a panel.
Right.
But me, in a way, it's entertaining for me, but it makes me feel good inside that I can help people, giving them information like what I have in my brain and what I know that'll really help them. But I'm not going to sugarcoat anything either. The American Empire is dead. This has been predicted, and they don't like doing it. One of the most prestigious economics professors gave it to 2030, and then the American dollar would be removed as the reserve currency. Me, I think it's going to happen sooner. And no, China is not looking to take over the world, whether it be economical or what have you, because they've already lived through that during their dynasty era. You know, China has been around for 5,000 years. They lived through just about every economic, social issues that humanity can go through, and they learn from it. Why are they so successful now? Is because they're trying to go with a program that works, an economic system that works. And they've been doing really well since 1949 when they had their revolution.
So have you smoked today?
I'm sorry?
Have you smoked today?
Yeah, I've got a cigarette right now.
Okay. Do your kids smoke?
No. They think it's stupid, and I agree with them. So I don't hit my kids with that. I'm an adult. I'm going to do what I want. Because you're going to get that same attitude when they become of age. When they told me that, my parents would say, I'm an adult. I'll do what I can do. I didn't say that to my kids. I told them, you know what? You're right. I agree with you. None of them smoke to this day. Me, I gave them, what happened, and I wish I can quit again. It's not something easy to kick. I've quit once. I can do it again. It's just I got to build up that willpower because it's hard to quit.
You're probably spending 30 or 40 bucks a carton.
Depending on what part of the country you're in. Yeah, Missouri's always been the cheapest state, which that would be true, 30 to 40 bucks. But if I was like here in the Northeast, a carton would cost you 150.
For one
Pack of
carton.
cigarettes. Yep. Pack of cigarettes in New York City and the surrounding areas cost you about 15 bucks.
Fuck, man, I thought $7 to $9 was enough down here for one pack.
Like I said, it's just all depends on what part of the country you're in.
But if you go to our like local flea markets and stuff, they usually have like little stores in there, and you can buy like $1 pack of cigarettes, but they're probably generic and gross, maybe stale, but they haven't been open or anything. These are like they have baskets. You select what you want for like $1 each.
Yeah, the cheapest place to get cigarettes is in upstate New York on the Seneca Reservation because they make their own tobacco cigarettes there, the natives. Yeah, and you could probably get a pack of cigarettes from them for $1.50. Because it's not taxed. Anything on the reservation is not taxed. Why? Because they are a part of America, but they're not. They're their own entity. That's why our police have no authority on reservation territory. You have to call Iron Horse. That's what they call the police departments and all the reservations. And I like dealing with Iron Horse. Why? Because they don't act like they got that they're in a prick wavering contest and they don't come up with an attitude like you're a criminal and you haven't even said anything yet. They don't do that. They treat you humanely. Now, if you've done something that broke the law that warrants being arrested, they'll tell you, well, I'm sorry. The reservational law, I have to arrest you. That's what they would say. They wouldn't pull out their mace or pull their service arm pointing it at you like our police do.
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was just finishing up my cup of coffee. My last one of the day. But some people, the way I talk, they go, you hate America. Who said anything about hate? No. Dissension is the greatest form of patriotism, quoting Thomas Paine, one of the greatest patriots we ever had. Patriotism is the dissension is the greatest form of patriotism. And me, I look at things critically. I just don't say I love it and it's treating everybody like shit and say it's wonderful. And that leads into BDSM, which I'm not a part of. Each their own. But if it's affecting other people, yeah, I'm going to say something about it. Because, accepting it and learning to love something and going by just what people say and taking it as God, that's being a sheep. And I'm not a sheep. Because 9 times out of 10, when you hear something from somebody, especially on the news, you can instantly smell the bullshit.
I guess Adrian gave up. It's funny, on the weekends, man, we were slammed with idiots, and now it's like, it's nothing. It's just somebody's watching.
Well, I mean, people do have their jobs, what jobs they do have. And I'm not picking on those people. I feel sorry for them because that's the best we can do, folks. This is what our country has to offer. Garbage in, garbage out. Because our leaders are self-serving and aren't there and totally forgot. They're there to serve the people. A lot of presidents that we've had nominated themselves. In order to become elected official to our government, you have to be nominated. Traditionally, you have to be nominated by somebody else. You just don't say, I'm going to run. It didn't work that way. But everybody thinks that's the way it used to be. No, it used to be you had to be nominated. Somebody had to stand up and yell, so-and-so for president or so-and-so for a Senate. Now you're nominated, and it's up to you to accept it or to decline. That's what civics and government class did for me when I went to school, which they hardly offer in schools anymore. And that's why we got a lot of people that are running around and have no clue. And that's why a lot of the news sources can say something and everybody believe it, which it's not true. And they're sitting back laughing at you, trying to push a narrative that was totally untrue. Like, number one, we all looked at each other, that we all grew up together. Like, people actually believe in this shit? Because we all took the same courses in school. Like, when they were worried about, Obama, where he was born and his nationality. It's like, okay, the Supreme Court had already ruled on this a long time ago about natural born citizens. It does not matter where you are born. It only comes down to this.
Hello, Bruce.
Look at the parents. Hi, Bruce. You look at the parents. His father was Kenyan, I give you that. But his mom was a white woman born in Wichita, Kansas. That immediately ends the argument. He's an American citizen. End of story. That's how the Supreme Court defined it. Long time ago. But we don't teach that in schools anymore. So a lot of younger kids have grown up ignorant to that fact. And they believe what they hear. Just like Ted Cruz, same thing. They didn't say anything about Ted Cruz when he tried to run for president, but he had the same thing. His father was actually a Mexican-born person, not American at all, but his mom was born in Delaware. But he was born and raised in Canada, which is weird. But he's an American citizen. He can run for president because of his mother. But nobody said anything about that. That's because he was white and he was Republican. To me,
It's like- yeah.
I'm tired of defending the hypocrisy in my own country. I mean, I point it out and pants it. Glad to have you here, Bruce, again.
Yeah. Good to see you.
How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. Been
I got
okay.
that ZZ Top song in my head because of where you're from. Mine is Mississippi. I think it was ZZ Top, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
My head's in Mississippi. Yeah, every time I go in that state, that's the song that pops in my head.
So, Bruce, you
Yeah,
know,
there's been a few songs that where Mississippi was mentioned.
Yeah, that's one fact I don't like. You know, Memphis, Tennessee gets credit for Elvis. And I'm like, wait a minute. He was born in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Yeah, but his family, they moved to Memphis when he was I think he was in junior high school.
Really? I thought it
Yeah,
wasn't until after high school.
no, they moved. He was still going to school. He graduated from a high school in Memphis.
But me, I like giving credit where credit is due. And I award Mississippi for giving us Elvis.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, he was born there. That's where his parents had been living. And, but Memphis is like right across the state line, so it's not
You've lived in Mississippi your whole life?
Yeah.
Oh, so then you would remember he became famous when he got into the WWF. Kamala, the Ugandan headhunter, that was his main, gimmick that they came up with. But he originally was known as Sugar Bear, way back in the day when you were a kid.
Oh.
And old
I didn't keep
Mid-South.
up with too much of that. I wasn't into wrestling too much.
Oh, because he was from outside Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Lived there his whole life.
I mean, I know there's a few wrestlers that came from around here, but I never really kept up with it that close. Oh, Ted DiBiase, he was from right down the highway from where I live.
Well, one of the most famous matches. It was they anointed it the first hardcore match. It's called the Tupelo concession stand brawl. Because there was a tag match and they ended up in the concession stand. They tore the hell out of it. But the agreement was they weren't allowed to touch the popcorn machine. You could see the footage of that on YouTube. They were slipping and sliding all over the mustard and ketchup, and it was ridiculous. But everybody loved it. That's why they call it the Tupelo concession stand brawl. That happened, I think it was in the late 70s, early 80s. I know a lot of Filipinos, how they are culturally about food, not wasting it. If they were to see that, they'd be like, look at all the food they're wasting. That is despicable.
Hey,
Hey,
Adrian.
Adrian.
Yeah. Hey, should
What
you
happened?
start?
You
What
get chewed
happened,
out by your boss?
Yeah, everything's good. Just had a quick phone call, then I had another meeting at the house, so we just got done with that. So
Oh, at least you didn't get chewed out.
done with everything now. So good. Just have to take care of all that stuff every so often.
Well, they asked for my opinion. You do a hell of a job with your mother. I didn't know that was your job too, taking care of your mom. I'm like, he does a
Yep.
great job.
Yep, I do what I can.
That's what I told Josh. I said I felt bad because I wanted to give her my cookies, but you wouldn't let her have them.
Yeah, I know. That's trying to keep her off the sweet stuff, you know.
So your mom has diabetes?
No, she's not diabetic, but we just don't. I just don't want her eating sweets all the time, you know.
Well, it's certainly not healthy.
Now, with people for dementia, it's not very healthy-ish. It's
No,
not
it's
so
not.
healthiest way for them. So much better not to give them that stuff anyway, because it's really not good because kind of makes them a little bit more hyper if they eat the sweet stuff.
That'd be a hell of a sight, having to peel your mom off the ceiling from having the sugar. But this is twice this has happened, Bruce. Yesterday we had a tornado outbreak here in Ohio, and then the next morning it snowed. It makes absolute no sense. This is twice this has happened now.
Yeah, we've been under drought conditions here.
Really?
Hmm.
Because every time I went to Mississippi, it was always green and lush. I felt like Mel Brooks in the movie History of the World. Everything's so green.
Yeah, they had a burn ban here recently because we didn't get much rain during the winter months. And in fact, this has been one of the driest Februaries I think I've ever seen here.
What in Alabama going through some floods?
Well, that was in Alabama. A lot of that
Yeah,
stuff went around us. Well, North Mississippi may have gotten some, but let's see. I was watching a video
but
last
being so
night.
close, that's weird.
Actually, they're saying the Mississippi River right now is at record low.
You guys are in a drought, and yet Alabama was in a flood. Like, that doesn't make sense. Right next to each other.
Yeah, I know. I've got a friend that lives over there, and they were having tornadoes and stuff. And but over here, it didn't rain or drop at my house. Now they probably did get some of that rain up in North Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. But they call it Dixie Alley, and that's something new. It's only like 5 years old when they put it on the map. But yeah, they're getting tornadoes in that area a lot more than what's normal. Usually you guys would probably get one every 30 years. Now you're getting multiple a year. Nationwide, we would get like an F4, F5, once every 30 years. Now we're getting multiple a year.
Yeah. It's I mean, the weather's doing some crazy stuff right now.
All right, I'm coming into Columbus. I didn't realize I was. See, whenever I'm on a live stream or talking to somebody, my driving doesn't seem like it takes as long. Usually it takes forever to get from Cleveland to Columbus. Yeah, Kings Island opens up in 2 weeks. Weekends only. Until late May, then they're open all week long. My daughter's got a report down there, I think either next week or the week after.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna probably go over and see my daughter this afternoon. She took some time off work. Be right
Thank
back.
you.
I gotta get a cup of coffee.
Hey, Josh, Bruce lives northeast of Jackson, Mississippi. Can't remember.
I'm not quite sure. He's never really gone that deep with the details.
He lives in Hattiesburg, right? Or something like that.
I don't know. No, he lives in Braxton.
Ah. But you go down through Mississippi, the air is a lot cleaner. They don't have any industry polluting the air.
I'm about 25 miles southeast of Jackson.
Oh, okay.
In Braxton, right?
Yeah, it's
Because I used
Braxton's it's a village, pretty much. It's
I find
very small.
I usually went through there at night, but I finally got to see Old Miss during the day. The last time I was down there, I'm like, oh, there's where Old Miss is. When I first went through there.
Yeah, that's up at Oxford, up in North Mississippi.
Yeah, we do a lot of chicken loads in that area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw something recently. They're saying that Oxford got a good rating about, I forget now what the deal was, like good place to live or something like that. Of course,
Oh yeah, it's cheaper
everything.
to live in Mississippi.
Yeah, everything that really, when it comes down to Oxford, though, everything kind of revolves around, the university.
Well, everybody loves Old Miss.
Shoot. I don't think so. I think there's a lot of people that can't stand Ole Miss.
Really? Everybody I talk to, they love it.
Yeah.
Or they're wearing a T-shirt or a hat.
They yeah, I mean, I like Ole Miss as far as like, the school and the athletics and all that. I mean, it's, I was certainly pulling for them during the college football playoffs that they were, I thought, kind of robbed of because uh, they were playing Miami of Florida, and
Yeah, when I
it was in the semifinals of the NCAA college football tournament. And anyway, on the very last play of the game, uh, Ole Miss's quarterback threw a pass, and the receiver was down there, but it was like just a very few seconds left in the game. And anyway, there was interference, but they didn't call it. They didn't call interference on the defender.
Yeah,
And
there's been a lot of shady calls in college and NFL football. It's like we're seeing it through a screen thousands of miles away, and this guy's 20 feet away from the play and didn't see it.
well, they could have seen it, and I mean, if you went back and looked at the replay, it was very obvious that pass interference, that there was pass interference, but the officials didn't call it.
See, Ole Miss was where I wanted to go to college, and here's why. I graduated from Strom Thurmond High School, and we were the Rebels also. We had the same colors, everything. We looked like Ole Miss, except on the side of our helmets, it didn't say Ole Miss. It had the letters ST. That's why I wanted to go to Ole Miss. That way, I already had the same, I was a Rebel too.
Yeah, it was. They. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I just, they did. I thought they did real good. I don't know if they could have beat Indiana though. Indiana was just.
Yeah, they came out of nowhere. Indiana was never
Man,
known for its football
they
team.
were just super, and I can see why they went undefeated. And that coach up there has just done a tremendous job.
Yeah. Indiana Hoosiers were always known for their basketball team, not football. And all of a sudden, here they are winning all these games. I even called my brother because he's a Hoosier. He graduated from IU. I'm like, where the hell does this football team come from? And he goes, I don't know, but they're great.
Well, anyway, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, March Madness started.
Season.
Well, I think it was a few days ago. I think it started Friday, March Madness.
Yeah.
The NCAA basketball tournament.
Right.
My brother was a freshman the year the Hoosiers won the NCAA tournament down in New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans.
Yep. He went down there with his friends, because he was a freshman that year.
Yeah, the city in a bowl.
And they had Bobby Knight as the head coach.
Yeah, Bobby Knight. Yeah, he was a great coach.
I went down to New Orleans and they told me to show my boobs, and I got some beads thrown at me. And then I realized I got arrested for it, and the city is very unclear.
Well, I guess you went to Mardi Gras at the wrong time, because when I went to Mardi Gras, you couldn't turn one direction or the other without seeing a set of tits hanging out, full of beads and everything.
Yeah, I'm not too big on New Orleans. I just don't really care for the atmosphere down there myself.
I do like the Cajun food, though. That was good. The gumbo and the shrimp Creole.
Oh yeah, they got good food down there.
Gator tail. And some of the women, they sound like Miss Cleo and they told me she wasn't from here, and that fake Jamaican accent was a lie. Coming out for your free reading, baby. Like, no, we believe in that voodoo stuff. You're gonna die. Me, I don't believe in voodoo, but I won't mess with it.
No, I won't mess with it either, man. Because you're messing with the devil, messing with that kind of stuff.
But every time I go to Louisiana, the song that pops in my head is "Voodoo" by Godsmack. That's why there was a couple times during Darren's live stream I karaoke'd that song.
Okay. Well,
The lead singer of Godsmack, his name is Sully Erna.
Well, that was a big popular. I think they got a Grammy for that the year it came out back in the '90s. Voodoo.
I like the band. I mean, if they don't have any, if they're not, I'm guessing they're not religious. I don't know.
No, they write music that they think is cool and make money off of it. It has nothing to do with religion.
Yeah, Sully, he's friends with Chris Angel, the magician. As Chris comes off as a rocker. But I like Chris Angel because he's got a black Lamborghini. That's it.
I've been trying to remind myself to look it up. I like Jack Black. The first movie he was in was called Airborne. It was filmed in Cincinnati. He was the goalie. He was friends with the twins in that movie. But
Right.
he's got a band called Tenacious D, and I don't know any of the music. And I'm like, I got to check that out.
It's stupid. I've heard it. They had movies about his band, all this kind of stuff. I mean, he's just trying to make a huge paycheck.
And I've also been.
And it's supposed to be funny, but he had the devil in there. Somebody dressed, made up as
I was trying.
a tall devil-looking guy with horns. And
Yeah, I've been trying to find a copy of it on DVD, but I can't find it anywhere. The movie Airborne. It's about this kid who lived out in California.
right,
And
Seth Green was his cousin when he went to Cincinnati.
Yeah. He always dreamed about surfing the river in Cincinnati.
Now, that same actor, the kid, the guy, he only did that film. I guess he made enough in the 90s. He stopped acting. He is now a real estate agent in Texas. I've talked to him.
But
His
what I
name-
liked about the
his
movie
name
so
is,
much is
His name is Shane McDermott.
what I liked about the movie is they really played homage to Cincinnati, and plus the twins each wore a hockey jersey from my favorite minor league hockey team, the Cyclones, and they still exist today. Like, cool, they're wearing Cyclones jerseys, man. That's cool. That was when they were in the IHL, or they were in the East Coast Hockey League, and then they moved to the IHL, which is
Now-
AAA.
You remember that chick that he got with, if you will, throughout the movie?
Yeah.
And then they went to this. Okay, I'm just gonna describe it. Greenhouse place, whatever, to fuck around and walk on the whatever.
Yeah, that was the Arboretum. That's down there by what they call the Rhine.
I thought it was Balboa Park in San Diego.
No, that was all filmed in Cincinnati.
So it does exist. because in Balboa Park, San Diego, they have a huge greenhouse, glass, and
Yeah,
lots of
we have
movies
a
have been filmed there. It's like it's almost like a when they film movies there, they use it as a college background.
yeah here in Ohio we got like 3 or 4 different arboretums and they're big. There's one near Dayton. There's one in Columbus here, and there's the one down in Cincinnati, and I think the other one is in Toledo, if I remember correctly, or near Toledo.
Yeah, Seth Green lived in the basement of his parents' house, and Shane went down there to stay with him, and they hung out a lot. But Seth was bullied a lot in the movie as well. So
You talk like he was from Hawaii, but that's how the surfers talk out in California and Hawaii.
right,
They call you brah.
yeah. And then Jack Black said he just slapped his friend. He's like, "Did he just call me a piece of underwear?" Because he said "bra." He says, "Chill, bra. Have a burrito," or something like that. Have an ice pop or whatever.
Yeah, Jack Black was playing the goalie of their hockey team they had.
I don't really. I like Jack Black, but honestly, it's like watching Adam Sandler. His movies are not funny to me.
Well, Schoolhouse Rock was good. I
School,
think what it was is a lot of people were comparing him to Chris Farley. That was what his downfall was. Everybody was comparing him to Chris Farley.
yeah.
But they would have been brilliant together as a team.
Most of those guys, they'll have maybe 1 or 2 big hit movies and just about, most everything else they do, it's just
Yeah, that's why certain actors
either
they won't.
mediocre or terrible.
Yeah, certain actors will not accept a role in a movie just because it gets them on film or work. No, they're very careful. Like Morgan Freeman's one of those. He doesn't do a lot of movies, and he's very careful what he does because he don't want it to negatively affect his career. That's why anything with Morgan Freeman in it is a hit movie, and
Yeah,
it's called
that's true.
longevity.
Yep.
You can sit there and watch.
That's what most of them do, though. They just,
Like I can sit and watch Shawshank Redemption all day long. It's a great movie. And by the way, I just went past where that was filmed. The prison. It's right here off of 71, between Columbus and Cleveland. They even had a billboard sign. Next time I come up here, I'll try to take a picture of the billboard sign. It says, "Welcome to Shawshank." Yeah, they were always wanting a sequel to be made of that. But it's obvious. I mean, they're down there in Baja, Mexico, and they're free. What more do you need? Excuse me.
That was a fart backwards.
Yeah, the guy that played Dufresne, that actor, he was a great actor. Andy Dufresne was the character name in that movie.
So, Bruce, you heard Chuck Norris passed last week?
Oh, yeah.
He was good.
That's why every time I hear Chuck Norris, I think of that joke. Chuck Norris is the only man that can win Connect Four in 3 moves.
And this chat has died.
Probably because you got rid of that person I was having the debate with. That they were losing miserably.
Oh, and Bruce, that person I had in here earlier that was debating with Sean, and I went to their channel page, right? The
I'm
channel,
looking at it now.
and look who was on there for
Yeah,
their
I
videos.
know. Probably.
Who was on it?
Yeah, this is just more. This is a drama channel. Is about what it boils down to.
Well, who was on there, Josh? Do I know him?
No, it was whoever you were debating with. I went to their channel, and Bruce and I know who it is. And this guy is queer, and he's Asian. I don't know where he lives, but he always wants to ruin people's lives and, drill their backsides and make them feel hurt and everything. But he tore Bruce. He just
Well, this isn't the same guy. This is somebody that's out to get him. He's bashing that same person, so
right.
Yeah.
I didn't want to have anything to do with anything about him, if you will.
Oh, I understand that. I stay away from all those people.
That's why a lot of the trolls I had avoid me because they know they're going to lose.
Yeah. Well, what I found was the best thing to do concerning people like that is to not do anything. In other words, let's see.
Don't associate with him.
I'll even read you something here that pretty much explains why I didn't do anything about this guy, because it was just all a lot of foolishness, and it's actually something that's in the book of Proverbs. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest also you be like him. Lest you also be like him. And he don't bother me no more. I didn't go jumping into his little game. And, he's been blocked from my channel, because he tried to come over there and start some stuff. So I hit him. And, so I no longer have to, I don't worry about the guy. He's not doing anything, And the thing about it is I mean, he can say what he wants about me, but there was 2 people that he started bashing that, he owes them an apology as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I found the best way to deal with him was just not to deal with him,
Bruce,
a lot of foolishness.
Yeah, Bruce, one thing I've noticed going into Mississippi and Louisiana, those 2 states, I have to say, had not changed that much. What I mean by that is those 2 states were always known for its hospitality, and it's still the same, except for the rest of the country. The rest of the country used to be like that, and it's sad. We had great hospitality back when I was a kid, no matter where you went. Now, people don't care about each other anymore, except for those 2 states. And I can hear the southern draw in your voice, but I hardly hear it anymore. It's like it's disappearing. It's like, what happened? You know,
Oh, it's still here.
well, if someone your
If
age
you
would
lived
approach
around
you.
here, you'd hear it all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I don't hear it as much as I used to back in the day. You know, someone your age would come up to a youngster and they would always say the same thing. Look at him.
Look at him. Look at him.
Well, people that grew up here, a lot of them left because they were, you know, basically seeking seeking like better employment and that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
And in
Uh,
Georgia, you don't hear it anymore. Y'all come back now, you hear? You don't hear that anymore.
you probably would maybe in certain parts of Georgia, but like you got this one big city called Atlanta, and it's become a big international city. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
it's got one of the
the tra-
largest airports in the world,
traffic is
and
atrocious.
it's just a big international city, and
They call the 275 that goes around Atlanta the loop because trucks are not allowed to go through Atlanta anymore. We have to use the loop, and truckers
right.
we call it the watermelon 500.
Well, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing because I've been on that interstate going through Atlanta, and it's a nightmare.
Oh yeah,
And yeah, it's not some place that would be, good for 18-wheel trucks to get stuck in because that's about what would happen. You'd be stuck in traffic, uh, you know, and that was, I guess, a good way for them to, lighten that somewhat would be just to send the truckers around Atlanta by way of the loop. And I certainly understand that. If I was a trucker, I would not want to get stuck on that interstate going through Atlanta
yeah.
at
The only
all.
other city that's like that is the Twin Cities, St. Paul and Minneapolis. They make
Yeah,
you take the 294 around. You can't. You go through the city, you'll get a ticket on the
that's
interstate.
cool. That's cool. That's why they built those. One of the reasons why they built those loops was just to make it. Uh, it was like a way of getting through the metropolitan area without actually driving through the
Well,
center of
they,
town. To
yeah,
get the,
your tanker and the hazmats, they're not allowed to go through tunnels or through cities. They have to use unless they're going to a place of delivery. That's different. But for the most
Mhm.
part, they have to use loops or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, and I certainly understand that.
You know, a tanker explodes inside one of the tunnels on I-76, 70 or 76 in Pennsylvania on the pike there. Yeah, you just collapse the entire mountain.
Oh yeah, yep.
I'm still here. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear you.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad Alona is okay. I'm just worried about Clarina. I haven't heard from her in a long time. But I know she's still in the area that was getting rocketed.
She was struggling to talk that night.
I told Clarina, I said, Clarina, you'd be brilliant as a Filipina community or a comedian. Why? Because I don't know any female Filipina that's a comedian, but you would make a great one.
Is she attractive?
Maybe to somebody else, not me. I never looked at her like that.
Bruce, how's your diabetes and stuff? Good?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been getting some good readings on my when I check my sugar out in the mornings. I mean, I've been getting, yeah, the readings have been really good.
I just went last Tuesday to get mine all read, and it was at 141. I know where it's supposed to be, but they said that was an improvement. I'm still 6.8 A1C. I'm on top of my meds since last year in May. I mean, I've been doing the right thing.
Yeah, a good thing to fight the diabetes is drinking a lot of water. It flushes your kidneys and everything out.
Yeah, I've been drinking more water. That goes a long way too, because it does. It helps to flush that stuff out.
Yeah, but the only pain is you're taking a leak every 20 minutes.
Well, that's true. Now it will send you to the toilet quite often.
I said, those Texas wildfires. Yeah, put me over there. I'll put it out.
Somebody here. So, Bruce, you like my avatar picture there? I'm a film director. Wink, wink.
I like the one where you were a judge. It looked very convincing, Josh. Oh, yeah, you'd make a great judge. Look at him there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Did you see that one he had at one time? He had the robes on and he was sitting at the where the judge normally sits, and Josh has a look on his face like he was in a heated debate. And I'm like, wow, you actually was a great judge there.
Yeah, I studied long and hard to be a judge.
Oh boy.
If I went in that direction, I think I would have been a great judge. I know my brother Jack would have been because he studied law at IU. Criminal justice is what the course was called.
Yeah.
I'm having some lunch. I didn't want to have anybody watch me have mukbang.
What is that? Sounds like a dessert.
No, it's when you eat and you describe everything. And I saw one black couple do a mukbang, and they had like KFC, pizza, Burger King. They were trying all these foods out, and they had it all set out on a table. It's like a smorgasbord for us, like mukbang. It's like all you can eat type stuff, but people describe what they're having, what they're eating, or their family joined them or something. I don't know what it's.
Yeah, but some things just don't go together.
A lot of Filipinos and women, they would use the term mukbang for like family gathering for dinner or something. I don't know.
I like Jamaica. Jamaica, they call it jump up. It's where you jump up and make it yourself.
So, Bruce, did you get my voice clip from this morning, but later today? Did you get it? I guess he's not there.
He's muted.
Right.
You might be in the restroom since I mentioned it.
KFC and Pizza Hut are collabing.
Yeah, I got it. I saw it, or I listened to it.
Yeah, but fried chicken and pizza clashes. It doesn't match unless you take the chicken in chunks and put it on a pizza. Now, that might sound pretty good. Chop up a chicken breast and fry it and then put it on a pizza. That sounds pretty good. My son's in New York City now. They left at 4 o'clock this morning from the school. He's going to be there until Thursday.
Uh,
Why is it?
It's a senior trip.
Oh.
no, I wouldn't combine KFC with pizza.
That's just too much food, honestly.
Well, that just don't go over well at all.
If I had the best pizza in the world, is the deep dish from Exchequers in downtown Chicago. You'd be like, wow, this is too cheesy. I'm like, no, that's a pizza. Lots of sauce, lots of cheese.
Well, I always thought Uno's was good.
You got to try Exchequers. Their deep dish. It'll probably cost you like $60 to $80 for a deep dish there, but you'll be lucky to finish one slice. And you get 8 slices.
I don't eat deep dish anymore. They recommended that if I ate pizza at all, to stick with thin crust.
Right, me too.
Yeah, with diabetes, they got the deep dish thin crust deep dish. And that's just marvelous. To me, it's like having pizza on a cracker.
Well, yeah, that's about all thin crust is anyway. It's kind of like eating pizza on a cracker. Anyway. Yeah.
So, Bruce, what time did you get up today?
I haven't been up very long.
I must have woke you.
No, you didn't wake me.
So, Sean, when
I
Bruce...
put my phone.
Yeah.
I usually put my phone on Do Not Disturb when I go to bed at night. So I don't have the phone waking me up in the morning.
So, Sean...
Anyway.
Yeah. Bruce has some really funny videos with him at restaurants, and they're hilarious when he's getting ready to eat. He's like, oh, all right, let's eat. And buffets or wherever you are.
Bruce, isn't like southern Mississippi like Louisiana, Cajun style food? Or no?
Uh, they do some of that in certain places. I mean, you know, I think maybe down close to the coast, it
Like
might
Baton
be a
Rouge.
little more like that. Uh, Down around Gulfport, Biloxi, down in that area.
Oh, okay.
But you know, it's their thing is really kind of geared, I think, more toward seafood than it is Cajun food. But you get a
Uh,
mixture of it. You know, there's a kind of a mixture of it.
The Cajun is hot, right? And then seafood's just normal. Like no
yeah, they
spice.
just, but they give you the option to add your own cayenne pepper.
Pepper.
Well, that's how they say it, cayenne pepper.
Yeah, you know, I, uh, I mean, I don't eat too much of that kind of. I don't eat hardly any of that kind of stuff myself. But, but yeah, you know, they've got that, you know, but it's,
Because every time I go through Louisiana, I always stop at the Tiger truck stop. They improved it. Tony passed away, and they had him taxidermied, which is kind of cool. But they make the best gumbo. Oh my God, it's really good.
yeah, you got to most of that kind of stuff's going to be down in the southern part of Louisiana. Because if you go through North Louisiana, it's really more like here in a way. And the closer you
Mm-hmm.
further west you go, the more it starts getting a little more like Texas.
Yeah.
You know,
You want some brisket?
it's like I think if you go like north of Alexandria, you know, it changes. And then the closer you get to Texas, the more, you know, the more it's kind of, you know, the surroundings are a little more Texan. Uh,
Yeah, along the border of Texas can be a bit Cajun, like Port Arthur, because um, Josh's actor friend J.W. Bailey's from there, and he loves Cajun food.
Mhm.
Ugh.
yeah, I just,
But
you know, but I don't,
but
I
he
don't eat too much of that stuff.
but he doesn't sound Cajun though.
Some of it I would like, but not all of it. You know,
Speaking of which,
up in
um,
here,
Sean, GW's
Huh?
email GW's email address starts with gumbo.
I would have never known that.
Mm-hmm.
you know, anyway,
But believe it or not, the number one dish is etouffee. And but I like the shrimp etouffee. That's really good. But it's so rich you can't eat a lot of it. You can eat only a small bowl of it.
Is it noodles or is it soup? What is it?
It's seafood.
Oh,
Because if you ate too much of it, it'll make you feel sick because it's so rich.
you got a lot of static on your end, Bruce.
static.
Sound, whatever it is.
Well, I don't know what it could be. Unless, here, let me hop down and I'll come back up.
Okay.
Yeah, it is him.
And it barely just started up like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sean, we've been on here almost 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't mind. And when we started, I was up there by Cleveland. I'm all the way past Columbus. I'm between Dayton and Columbus now.
All right. Is that better?
Oh, that's much better, Bruce.
Yeah, a lot better.
Okay. I figured that was probably what needed to happen.
But, Bruce, we don't get the Filipinas that come in the live stream whenever somebody holds one like we used to. You know, our channels used to be flooded full of Filipinas. Now they've gone.
They all went to Darren's because he likes to do this all the time.
Yeah, but I hardly see them there. They don't come up to the panel.
Not even Sean Williams. I don't like it. Oh,
Well, I know what Sean, I think Sean just got tired of a lot of the drama that was going on. Because I've talked with Sean.
it's so funny. Sean Williams can, when he talks in the chat, it says something weird, whatever's going on upstairs when he types. But when he comments on your videos, it's all clear and the right way. He turns his words around.
Well, I know he doesn't live a normal life. I don't think he still doesn't have a job. He takes care of his elderly parents. He did a live stream one time back in 2020, and I saw him. He was sitting at the kitchen table because the kitchen sink was behind him in the window, and he had a beard and mustache, and he was talking about the trolls that were bothering him. I'm like, who would bother Sean Williams? He doesn't bother anybody, you know.
Only a troll would bother him. I mean, he's, I think, yeah, I mean, he's just a good guy. He's, and there's no reason for anybody to bother him.
And I feel as though everybody on YouTube knows him because he's probably getting flooded with people that do YouTube videos, and he goes and likes it, and he doesn't stay long.
Yeah, he goes to a lot of channels because I was going to channels and I was always seeing Sean Williams in the chat
Mm-hmm.
when I was exploring other channels.
But he told me a while back, that he was just not getting around in YouTube as much as he used to because of all the drama. And plus, I think he's spending a lot of time with his parents, taking care of his parents and stuff,
I asked him one time, I said, do you drive? Do you go out of the house? I mean, I stand outside. I was like, okay, well, I'm talking about like, do your parents go anywhere? Do you get out? Do you travel anywhere in the city?
Kind of a disorder myself.
Well, I mean, Adrian gets around good with his mom. He always drags his mom around with him. Oh, Bruce, I met Adrian about a couple months ago when I went through Van Horn there. We had a sandwich at Subway at the Love's Truck Stop together. And I met his mom.
Okay.
We met Bruce at McDonald's in Biloxi. He said, have what you want, Josh.
Do what?
I don't.
We went to McDonald's in Biloxi. We met you.
Yeah.
But there's a casino in Biloxi that Rob Lowe owns. That owns the trucking company that I'm contracted under. He bought it like 8 years ago. And we as Prime drivers, we can go in there and have free food. And I was like, oh my God. And they serve up lobster tail. Oh my God. I'll close the place.
I've tried lobster, but
Just keep bringing those tails, man. Ooh.
there's
Have
not
a
a lot
table.
of meat. There's not.
The chef.
There's not a lot of meat or anything on lobster. I don't know. I still feel like I'm
And
hungry.
tails there is.
As long as it has that butter sauce, whatever.
Oh yeah.
You guys haven't tried any good seafood till you go to Bubba Gump. It's expensive, but you know, Bubba Gump is really good, and it's worth the money though. I had something called Jenny Catch of the Day, whatever that day was, and
Yeah, it's what everybody doesn't want, and it's the leftovers.
and a friend of ours in LA said, "I'll purchase." I was like, "You don't have to. We've got funds." No, it's on me. I'm taking you guys anywhere you want. Don't worry about it. I love you guys. It's fine. Oh, okay, great. Then she calls me up and says, "When you ready to pay me?" What? So anyway, she kind of fooled us when we got back home because she said, "No, keep all your funds. Don't pay me, or we'll talk about it when you get home." Whatever. So, which I thought was nice, but we went to Universal and we went to Bubba Gump and COVID. So we had to sit outside and it was windy. Oh God, it was pleasant. And she said, "I'll purchase." I said, "Okay, well, you know." And our meals were $25 a piece with tax and drinks. It was like almost $90. I was like, "What?" That was a few years back. And then she wants us killed by a sniper. Anyway, so I was like, well, she became a bitch overnight. And then she called us fat fucks. Honestly, told me never to contact her again because she got her money. She figured I paid her $100 with two $50 gift cards from Walmart. That's what she wanted. That's all she wanted, for us to stay with her. Not stay with her. For her to help us out. She used to work for Uber. She stopped that. And she helped us out totally free until we worked it out. And that's what she wanted. So then she hates us now.
That's a weird person.
So she got extremely weird. Weird is just not it. She was odd. Her husband passed away. Now she's alone. Her sister passed away. Her stepson passed away. All within 3 or 4 years while we were there.
Yeah, but if I had to live with somebody like that, I'd probably want to die too.
So, Bruce, if you're online right now, just as an example, if you want to look this person up, she's strange as hell. I have to spell the first name. Cherell. Cherell. She has red hair. If you look her up on Facebook.
On Facebook?
Yes.
Oh, nah, that's okay. I don't get on Facebook too much anymore.
I'm glad I was
on Facebook in quite a while, actually.
I'm glad I was banned back in 2018. I haven't been back since. I use the Messenger. That's it.
How can you have Messenger without Facebook? I know other people that do that. I don't know how that's possible.
I don't know, because everybody says, "Oh, your Facebook page is up," and I go to it. This account has been banned, and I still have access to the Messenger. I don't know. It's weird.
I have a friend of mine that has Messenger and doesn't do Facebook.
Yeah, my account's still there. I just don't get on it much anymore. very rare I'm on Facebook. There's just not much there that I'm interested in, you know. And I mean, yeah, I got a lot of friends. Of course, there's family and all that, but I'm just kind of, finding other things to do besides stay indulged in social media, you know. Anyway, I told my daughter I was going to come over there this afternoon, so I'm fixing to hop down. I need to get ready and go.
Okay. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah,
Good seeing you again, Bruce.
yeah, good to see you, Sean. And y'all take care. I'll see y'all later.
Okay. Peace be with you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, here's Buck Creek near Springfield, Missouri, or Ohio. Yeah, this is where they said they were eating the cats and dogs, which was a bullshit story. Even people here in Springfield would say, "What the hell are you talking about?" If
I'm
people
sorry.
were doing that here, everybody in this part of Ohio would have known about it.
Did you say you were in Butt Crack?
Well, there's a park called Buck Creek.
Mm.
It's right next to Springfield here.
And when are you going to shut down tonight for rest?
I at least want to make it to Petro in Effingham, Illinois. But I'm going to try to go as far as I can because I can deliver it anytime after midnight tonight. And I want to deliver this as quickly as possible and move on to the next load.
Can't believe this, man. I know. I invited Darren. I invited Lone Wolf. I invited everybody. And Bruce is the only one that came up, you and him.
Well, Monday morning is, everybody got to go back to work.
Well, Lone was off today because he had to take his wife to the airport again.
Me, I'm working, but I can attend a live stream while I work, as you can tell.
You got an easy life. Easy life.
Well, it's not that easy. I mean, it has its benefits, yes.
How you have Wi-Fi in a truck, I don't know.
Well, as long as that there are internet towers along the interstates like there are, I can maintain signal.
Hmm.
Like there's one right there, the white flashing light on top of it. To my left there.
Guess what I heard? Speaking of towers, guess what I heard? When you're in LA, when you can hike up to the Hollywood sign, you can't touch it because it's a federal crime. It's
That
all
was a federal crime.
That's what I heard. Only if you're allowed to, like filmmakers are allowed to get that close, or this guy on YouTube, his name is German in Venice, GIV. His name's Mike. He actually was financially able to pay to go touch the letters. Normal folks like me and you are not allowed to even. It's fenced off, like up at the top there.
Well, yeah, but you could drive. A lot of people used to bring their dates up there. They would drive their cars up there, and they'd be sitting behind it.
Right. But movies are allowed. Film directors, movies, whatever. They always show the Hollywood sign or a scene near it or around it at night, what have you. And You're that lucky if it's that. But me, no. But you have to park at the bottom, and then you have to hike up it to get to that point.
Mhm.
And,
A lot of your
So
yeah, at one time, Hollywood was where all your celebrities used to live. That's not true anymore. A lot of them moved out long ago.
right to Vegas or Florida. Hmm.
No, Nashville.
I know some there too.
Well, Henderson, Nevada, Lake Tahoe, and Nashville, but mostly Nashville, Tennessee. So technically, Nashville is like the new Hollywood, but not made it official because they all moved out of there.
Well, when I get back, I am gonna go see Sir, see what he's doing, why he's not answering his phone, and he's not using his voice with authority. So I'm gonna go see him, have dinner, whatever, and I've got a driver that's gonna help me get around so I can see the city with the windows down, with wind and everything else, and saying "fuck you" throughout the window. I'm kidding, but I told that Sherelle person. I said she picked us up. I said, she's like, "Where do you want to go first?" I was like, "We're gonna go eat, but I need to go to a L.A. Walmart." What for? If you're gonna go eat all these 3 or 4 days? I don't know. I just want to say I went to one, and then come to find out I buy maybe $30 worth of stuff, and I shouldn't have done did it. But they charge you for fucking bags.
Yes.
10 cents a bag. I was like, what?
Yep. Yeah.
No.
So, and they do the same thing in New York. And certain places like Colorado, they don't have plastic bags. They're paper.
Yeah.
Pain in the ass too.
Hold on. Let me show you. I kept the bag because it's a sentimental memory thing. I kept the bag. Can you believe it?
Yeah, they're durable though. They're real durable. I got a couple in my truck right now too. I just can't reach them. Dun, 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 dun.
What the hell?
Oh,
Where is it? 1 second. I'm looking. I know I kept it. Oh, here it is. I think. No. No. Oh, here it is. It was on top of things. All right, John. This is what I'll show you. This bag right here. At the time that I was there in COVID years, I had to pay 10 cents for these.
yeah, it's still 10 cents.
Okay. So I kept it. I was like, my mom was like, don't keep trash from your trips. I was like, it came from Walmart in LA. I wanted to.
A lot of your locals will bring the bags with them when they do their shopping.
Yep, because it says reusable. Right there. Let's see. Right there. Anyway.
Because in California, they're doing it to save the orchids. And I'm like, well, you can forget about that because the Fukushima Daiichi plant has been dumping 500 tons of highly radioactive water into the Pacific. Have been since February of 2011. That's why there are massive die-offs along our coasts because the radiation is killing off the sea life.
Okay. Yeah, they used to have, like, back in the 80s and 90s when we used to go to the beaches out west, and we're talking Venice or Miramar or wherever. Miramar is a military town,
Yeah.
between San Diego. Let's see, what is it? Long Beach and Oceanside, somewhere around there. But we used to swim and hang out in the Pacific Ocean, and we used to look. It was dirty. It was dirty. I mean, the water was dirty and cold.
Yeah.
Cold as hell.
Yeah. I wouldn't swim in it now without a Geiger counter. I told people, go out there with a Geiger counter and read the dead schools of fish out there. I bet you the thing will go tick, 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 and you won't want to go anywhere near it.
Yeah. So we were watching trash, literally back in the 80s and 90s, literally float up on the shore, the beach, whatever. And we're talking like those things that soda cans are held with, the rings, the plastic.
Yeah. And they stopped making those like 30 years ago.
Yeah. We saw some of that. We saw other trash. My brother found $20 in a bottle. No joke. We went home and cleaned it because it was soaked. But we dried it off. We hung it up. He found $20. And we were younger. We had a great time. My mom would say, get this, she would say, guys, if we can kind of clean up the house while Dad's gone, because he was in the military, he was working, we'll make sandwiches, we'll do stuff, and I will take all of us to the beach. We'll camp, picnic out, put a blanket down. And then, because we would have fun in the water, right? That was our little us four boys thing. We always loved the beach. It was just us four, my mother. She was a stay-at-home mom at the time. And we helped her clean the house, and she would reward us by going to the beach. We had a van, a Chrysler minivan. Was it Chrysler? Dodge. It was a Dodge minivan. Whatever one's that diamond thing, I think it was a Dodge. And she would tell us all right, guys, you helped me. We're going to the beach. We all got our shorts on. My mom got ready to go, and we would spend like 6 to 8 hours out there until my dad got home. And we would go in the mornings, right? Like 10 or 11 in the morning, whatever, and we would stay till maybe right at 5, just staying at the beach, getting tanned. I mean, we were like little Indian boys. So, and of course, having sunburns, whatever. I mean, they were mild then because we were tiny. It didn't really hurt as bad. But I had a fat chick peel me off because I had a fat friend. I was like, I can't get to my back. And I just came from the beach and with my group home family that I was with. And I started peeling. I was like, I called her up. I said, I need somebody to help me. She's like, what's going on? I said, can you come over here and visit me and peel my back from being sunburned and everything? She came over. I'm here. And we were allowed to have visitors. She sat on my bed. We didn't fuck around or anything gross. And she peeled me off. I was like, I appreciate it because I wanted to save myself, I couldn't do it. I couldn't reach. And so I loved going to the beaches and stuff, not because of family time. It was just, I did. And now when I go back, I always go to Venice and just walk around. And they have these for handicapped people. And I wish I knew. And Mary and I were there. She's like, I don't walk in sand to the beach, the coastline, the shore. And I was like, well, we can rent one of these wheelchair type, big jumbo tire gripping, whatever they are. You sit on that and strap in, and I'll take you out to the shore. You could just chill on there. You don't have to stand, just sit there, and I'll explain everything. We'll have a good time. I'll even get you into the water with your feet or something. I didn't realize they had those where you can rent them. I don't know, maybe at the time, $10, $20 for the day. I don't know, but they help handicapped people, and the wheels grip the sand compared to wheelchairs. You can't push anybody in a regular wheelchair in the sand. We
Yeah,
tried
you'll
that,
see.
right? We tried that in Atlantic City, and she's like, "Can you put me up on that hill?" I was like, "You're in a wheelchair. You can't walk." Like I actually got stern. You can't walk? No. Or else we just won't do it. I was like, it's fine with me. I was trying to go to the other casino hotels and show you around. So anyway, but you can rent those things, and I don't have to worry about it with anybody now. But yeah, I'm thinking about staying a week because of the new job paying me well. I might just stay a week. Stay at a hostel. I mean, I can probably get a 7-day place for $95.
I mean, you can watch that movie Hostel while you're there at the hostel. How many were there? 4. There were like 3 or 4 of those movies.
Right.
Now, this truck that's passing me on my left, that's called Bullfrog. We call them Bullfrog, but it's ABF. That's the company my father drove for many years, and I tried to get on with them, but they could have took me, but only as casual. And I'm like, no, I need full time. They drive doubles and triples like that, pup trailers, and I'd be home every other night and on the weekends. And I hate to throw this out there, but I'm a legacy. Yeah, a lot of the higher ups that they're old and bound for retirement, they knew who my father was.
Not a sponsor.
Yeah, it's called America's Best Freight. It used to be called Arkansas's Best Freight, but they changed it to America's Best. Totally union, Teamsters. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters. To get more full of an understanding of that, the best movie I recommend is the movie Hoffa with Jack Nicholson and Danny DeVito. The Joker and the Penguin in the same movie together.
Yeah, Michael Keaton played a great Batman.
But that's a true story, Hoffa.
Yeah. Honestly, with you and possibly Darren, this would be so much entertainment in here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Darren's a journalist, but then he's still looking for work. I thought you had a job. Yeah, well, it doesn't pay that much.
Yeah, well, he does, but he's a freelance. He does his work, and then he puts it out there for regardless of what newspaper, what magazine, or whatever will want that story, and they pay him directly for the story. That's what a freelance journalist is. It's like, if you ever seen the movie Shock and Awe, which is a true movie. Those two guys, what's his name? Woody Harrelson was in it as a journalist, and they worked for a Knight Ridder. Okay, they were freelance journalists. They covered the news, real news, and put their stories out there for the newspapers to use or whatever news source, and they paid them for that. It's called freelance. I mean, you're self-employed, but you're working through a corporation called Knight Ridder. And the reason why I mentioned that is because Knight Ridder was the only one that was really putting news out there, reporting the actual news instead of trying to push a narrative onto the American people that everybody swallowed and accepted. So we could go to war with Afghanistan and then go to war with Iraq and go $8 billion in debt because of it and have nothing to show for it. Yeah, it's like he's like an author. Darren is. He's reporting on something, whatever it is. He writes an article, and whatever the topic is, the newspapers could pick it up or a magazine and publish it. But they pay Darren for that. And he can make good money doing that too. Because I do know he does the travel and does stories for travel magazines and articles. Freelance journalist.
So, Sean, I was looking up prices on tickets and stuff. They claim on the news, oh, better get your tickets fast because they're going up in price, plane tickets. And I found
they are. Well, they are because of fuel costs. But it don't stop you from getting a deal somewhere because the airports are empty. There are people done many of videos reporting on airports that are typically teeming full of people at certain times of the day are totally barren.
But they're saying they're always packed now because no TSA.
Oh no. The airports I've been in, Atlanta, I was like, that's insane. Every time I went to the Atlanta airport, it was full of people. Like being at the freaking shopping mall in its heyday.
So I was able, I haven't purchased yet. I'm going to probably. But I found a really good flight out of Raleigh, $160 round trip. Raleigh to LA.
Yeah. Yeah, but are you sitting with the luggage on a cargo plane? What is it?
No, it's unfortunately it's either Frontier or Spirit. I can't afford the other ones.
Well, Spirit is mostly caters to handicap people.
Yeah, but you know how they treat you though? So they make you go on first, and then when you get to your destination, they make you wait till the passengers get off. Then the passengers could sit and wait, but we got on first in a group, handicaps first, but when you get to where you're going, they make us sit and wait so the plane is clear, so we can get Marion out of the seat.
They do that because people that are mobile can get out of the way to people who have to be carried off or put in a chair or whatever, where they're totally out of the way. That's why they have you guys board because if they let them board whenever they get there, you're gonna have to try to get somebody in there with a wheelchair, and you got passengers already on the plane that are in the way, and it just holds things up. It's more efficient to do it that way. Have the handicap board first, and then people who can walk can go in last, but they're the first to leave the plane, so they're out of the way for the people who are not mobile. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Because to disembark a plane can be chaotic. That's why me and Barry waited till everybody got off the plane, and then we got off. And that's when I run into the kid that came back to the plane to get his stuffed bear. And then we're in the tunnel, and I gave him $20 and told him to run to the end of the tunnel, turn around and yell Godzilla. He did. He ran to his mom, turned around, pointed, said, Godzilla. And I come out, and everybody's looking. Everybody's eyes are real big, and when they saw me, they started laughing.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, man. I wish you were able to just take a vacation, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, but if I do, I'm going home.
I'd rather be with somebody to hang out and chill and have a good time. And I haven't tried family. I've tried friends locally. I've tried family locally. Some of them don't want to fly. Some of them don't care about LA because that's where my fun place is, and that's not where their fun place is. And, I wish I could just do a fucking road trip and not have to spend that kind of money, but I wish. I'm just saying, I wish I could. Our car would make it, but I know somebody from Texas that went to Illinois all the way to where we lived to do Thanksgiving. He said, I can get up from Brownwood, Texas, all the way to Antioch, Illinois in 24 hours. They stopped for drinks, piss, and eats, but in 24 hours, they didn't stop at a hotel. They slept along the way. They switched drivers, whatever. And they go every year for Thanksgiving. They always drive. They've got a conversion van, not an RV. So anyway, but he can do it from south to north in a day. But if I went from here to out west, I mean, what I would do first, I wouldn't go straight on I-40 straight out. I would go probably to Illinois first, takes Route 66 to LA. See? What have you? Just other routes and go visit other people while we're cruising through the US. But some of them won't allow me to stay with them. Not that I want to, but
most of Route 66 was taken out when they built I-40. That's why there's only sections of Route 66 left. Used to be the mother road, LA to Chicago. And parts of I-55 took it over too.
But now that I'm a legal licensed driver, I have to fly everywhere. I wish I could drive. Because then, for me, obviously gas, food, and piss, but...
Yeah, but a 5.5 hour flight would get you from where you are to LA instead of, a day and a half to 2 day drive.
Right. And then nobody can afford the gas now. So I don't know. I've got options.
And that's true. You save more money taking a flight and renting a car. Or taking Ubers.
Right. Now, if we have a celebrity friend that picks you up and says, let's go eat, fucker. I was like, Okay.
Like,
you
I'm
choose.
driving. I'll drive.
Look, Captain Harris, I got my license while I was gone. Well,
That'd be
good
fun.
for you. Good for you.
Him sitting in the passenger seat, not hand him the bullhorn, he'd be yelling at everybody through the megaphone.
So I think it would be funny, like because he did. What's funny? I told him straight honest truth. He said, "Josh, can you drive?" I said, "Yes, sir, but not legally." Wink, wink. He's like, "Well, I'm gonna have to call my family to come get us." I was like, "What for?" I said, "How far do you live from this gas station, sir?" When we got in that accident, oh, maybe 10 minutes down the road here. I was like, "I could do this." Well, I don't know. I was like, "Well, the cop said you shouldn't be driving. You can have somebody else drive. He doesn't know me here."
Yeah,
And
if they knew, they would say, "Get him home, and we'll overlook this." If it's that close, they would have like, "Okay, get him home."
I could be like,
Especially if they knew who it was.
I could tell the cops, like Dustin Hoffman and Rain Man, I'm an excellent driver. And no, but they wouldn't let him go anywhere. He's like, "You're not going to move this car, sir." Well, what do I fucking do? You know, he was pissed. And then he asked me, "Josh, can you drive my car with me in it?" I said, "Of course, with you in it, sir. Yes." And I says, "But I'm not licensed." "Well, hell, we got to call my fucking family. And that's when he called his asshole daughter. And then she pointed fingers at me, not like this, but like, "Who the fuck is that?" He's like, "A friend of mine who's really a good fan and everything. He's my friend. I went and picked him up last night. He's not gay." I was like, thank God he said that to her. So, no, because I sat in his car, was like scared as shit. Like, is she going to arrest me or whatever? I don't know. Like, things didn't really arise till we got to his house. And his grandson told his mother, which is the daughter, that I wanted to sue GW for falling on me. No. I said he lost his money in his wallet to his grandson.
Yeah. You know, I still would like to. I don't know why I didn't mention it when you had me on the phone with him that one time, but I really would like to tell him the story, how he inspired my high school football team, went to an undefeated season to the state championship, but we lost by a field goal. You were quoted the entire time when we were, saying that we had to do a drill or whatever. We're like, okay, move it, move it, move it. Today, gentlemen, today. You'd always hear that. Somebody would be yelling it.
Is that really where they got it from, though?
Yeah, we got it from him because it was real popular then.
Besides who you've met, when you got to talk to him briefly, I know it wasn't long. You haven't really met him. You've seen him, whatever. But so would you ever have thought that you would literally ever in your life, meaning film and or whatever else he's done, would you ever have thought like, I'm never going to meet him. I'm never going to talk to him.
Yeah.
And then
exactly.
you meet me, and I was like, I met him. I'm his friend, and I slept with his ass. No.
Yeah. Well, you pulled a horseshoe, a big one, out of your ass. It was like, wow. Nobody would have been. I don't see how anybody would pull something like that off, and you did it, and flying colors, and it's like, wow.
Well, I'm honest with celebrities and people that are.
Because that's what, if I was in your shoes, that's what I would feel like. I just pulled a big horseshoe out of my ass.
I'm just glad he accepted my phone call and didn't hang up. He did it to my friend. I says, you call him. Do it yourself. Look him up. And he did. And he called him. And GW was an asshole to him. He's like, who the fuck is this? And because that's how he is. I was like, go get him. You know, and
Yeah. Well, you would not be able to get me to call him. I wouldn't do it. No way.
but my friend did it, and he's like, man, he was a dick. I was like, what did he say to you? And he told me, he's like, I was just trying to have him, you know, if I could mail him something or whatever. He told me to go through his fucking agency.
But I think it's different. It's different meeting somebody like that through a friend. I think that's much different. That's why it went over really well, because you introduced me to him. But outright, just intruding somebody like that, yeah, I can see where. Who the hell is that? You know, I can see that. Because when I was going through high school and playing football, that's when those movies were real popular, the Police Academy movies and Short Circuit, Mannequin. We knew about Mannequin because my older sister loved that movie. It's more of like a chick flick, but you know, we watched it and they're like, oh, that's the guy that plays Captain Harris.
And because of that black guy that played Hollywood, and he did all this. He did all that in the movie. I do that to black people. And they don't get upset about, what's with the snapping? I was like, well, you have your hands on your hips, so I didn't know where we were going with this. So I just said,
well, you do that. They think that you're gay, too.
No, but his daughter, JW's daughter, asked him about me, like, who's that in your car? And I'm just glad he said, he's not gay. He's just a really good close friend of mine that loves everything I've done. He loves my career. Well, get him out of your car, or let's get to your house and send him back. And GW didn't really help me.
He hasn't been in a movie in a long time, you know, and nobody's really paid attention to him. And sure, I'm probably like, hey, you're a big fan of mine? Yeah, sure. Come on, let's have dinner together, you know, make friends with him. Sure, I would have done the same thing, you know.
I just have to make sure he has his wallet on him, because if I don't have the funds, we're not leaving the restaurant.
Yeah, but it's not like a lot of fans were knocking at his door and bothering him all the time. Not like somebody like Brad Pitt would have all these girls bothering him, you know. Which I don't think JW would mind. Do they got big tits?
Yeah, he actually told me, oh, no, I'll never get married again. I had a great life, great wife, great kids. I was like, your daughter sucks. I wouldn't say that, but like, he hates me. And I told him that sitting there at his dinner table. I was in the living room area, sitting on his couch, talking to him, like back this way, like this. And I was just like, your daughter's trying to ruin me and you as friends. Oh, she's not going to do such thing. I was like, she's trying. And I almost feel like I'm going to get arrested because I wanted to sue you for the fall we had the night before. I didn't know we fell. I was like, oh, come on. That's how far his mind is. He didn't remember the night before. He went down hard on me, giggity. So, anyway. So,
well, just imagine if he didn't fall on you, he could have been seriously hurt, probably.
Yeah, but when somebody says, GW, you shouldn't be doing that, just stay in the car. You don't have to come to inside of his hotel, whatever. He wanted to see my room. We hugged. That was it. I walked him back out. And he said, I'll see you tomorrow. I was like, and then he came by, but then, excuse me, get this. His mind was so far gone. He said, well, I was looking for my wallet, couldn't find it. And then he drove out of his home, excuse me, still gone, drove out of Santa Clarita, straight to where I was on the corner. I was waiting for him. But he said, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, we'll hang out. I was like, great, good news. And he's like, oh, that was a little bit of Bobcat just now. I said, it's okay.
If I was able to pull off what you pulled off, was my choice, it would have been Robin Williams or John Candy.
And Robin Williams would probably hang up on me. I don't know. He's like, I don't know who you are, please. So I would just say, Robin,
I know it'd be a
if
zoo.
I was in birdcage with you, fuck yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Well, with our sense of humor, mine was developed from him. He's the one that introduced me as a small child to comedy, and I followed his career. And I know if I managed to do something like that, we'd be inseparable. We'd be sharing jokes that we created. Because I had a bunch of them that I learned from you, but I made my own. In the process, in your spirit, and I'd share them with them. And my greatest one that I come up with was, I was going from job to job at this time when I was real young, and I would always have to take a sexual harassment course that they forced on everybody to take when you were going through orientation. And I'd always ask the question that I invented one day. It just popped in my head. I said, "Is it sexual harassment for those who are asking for it?" There's many directions that joke can go. And the people that were stumped, one woman said, "That's inappropriate." I said, "Wait a minute. There's a difference between asking and harassing." And they're like, "Oh, come on, it doesn't work that way." And if you use your brain, it's like, that's actually a good question.
so
When they want to talk about defining it, because they've twisted sexual harassment to no end to the other.
mm,
And it started, that's one course that they should take ladies that love to throw that around. They should educate them where it all started. And it started in the white collar world in the late 70s when, secretaries were screwing their way at the top, being forced to in order to get moved up, or they were locked away in the closet at work for hours on end. There was a lot of nasty shit that was going on, but it bled down, you know, it stays in the white collar world, but it bled down to the blue collar world to where the white collar really gets away with it. Blue collar world pays for it. And that's why it's morphed into these twisted, definitions. Just because a female feels uncomfortable around me, that's sexual harassment? Like, no, that's called growing up and learning to work in social groups.
can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm still going to be here. I just need to use the CR for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Be right back.
Because once I get to the Petro, I got to use it myself. Oh, damn. There we go.
Sorry.
And about 17 miles, I'm going to pull into the Petro near my house, and I got to take a whiz, but I can't go to the house. I got to keep going. Ugh.
I was wondering because I think I was going to ask you if you were kind of heading that way.
Yeah, once I get to the Petro, I'm right next to the border of Indiana. I almost took you through the entire state of Ohio. 20 miles south of Cleveland is when you started this, and I'm went through Dayton and everything, Columbus and Dayton. The next town is Richmond, Indiana, but I won't reach it completely. I'll be on the other side of the border, Petro. Yeah, I'll show it to you. When I get off the exit, I'm still in Ohio. But if I got off at the next exit and went to the left, that's Indiana. That bridge, the interstate, is the border of Ohio and Indiana right there.
Okay. I'm just going to mute it for just a minute. Our friend Chris in Fayetteville is texting me. I don't know what's going on.
Tell him to come here.
I guess I could tell him. Hold on.
And I can ask him some questions.
Okay. Give me a quick second here. He's got some videos. It won't take long.
Okay.
This is Chris. Sending you a video to tell you good morning. Well, good afternoon, actually. I'm going outside to kind of like try to spray off some of this pollen on my porch and burn some trash at the moment. Looks like the yard needs to be cut, but I'm not about to cut it because, for one, I don't know if my lawnmower cranked. Two, I got a bad back. I got degenerative disc disease, but I'm still going to have to cut it myself because I don't got nobody else to cut it.
Oh, so that's why he's on disability.
Outside, so it's all over.
Got a bad back.
Real quick. Here, I'll show you some of it.
Right.
You see the pot? Well, some of it's washed off of. It's all over my socks too, because I'm out here in my socks.
And your shit pants.
Yeah. All right. Talk to you later. Hope Josh is taking good care of you.
He was referring to Marion like, hopefully I take good care of her. He knows that she's permanently somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what
Well,
else.
the kind of quality care that she needed, you couldn't provide for.
Right.
Yeah, I need to cut the grass. I don't know if you can see it starting to grow a little bit. Let's see if I can get a little height. You can see it starting to grow a little bit right there compared to the front right here. It's a little low right here. The part here, but there's pollen everywhere. I come over here and I went to wash off this old ass porch of mine. Porch is like it's about to fall apart, honestly. I would have had this porch rebuilt a long time ago, but it's not my house. And I knew as soon as I start making improvement to something that ain't mine, the landlord would either go up on the rent or kick me out, try to raise the rent. Those are plastic bags, or plastic bottles in those bags, not trash. Those gallon jug bottles that we have to drink because you can't drink the water out here. Due to we have a pump house, this is where our water comes from. Here goes the bumblebees. Anyways, yeah, pollen is everywhere. I came out here to burn through this trash real quick if I can. There's all the cans. I can't burn these cans.
I thought we were on a burn ban in our state, and he's burning trash.
Well, maybe his side of the state, not so much.
You know,
Because in Fayetteville, it's always raining along I-95 there.
around, bringing my socks turn.
Okay. What else?
That's why I call it the Bermuda Triangle Highway, the Interstate 95 through North Carolina and South Carolina. It seems like it always rains there. And we're talking blinding rainstorm, really hard.
We're not supposed to burn trash out here in the country. So fine that we
See?
get caught.
He's not allowed to burn out here, but he does
Neighbor don't
anyway.
say anything really.
Because he can't get to a trash place or whatever.
If I had somebody pick the trash up, take it to the dump for me, I wouldn't have to do all this.
Well, he's not in the city limits. He's probably out in the boonies somewhere. You can do that out in the country.
Wish I had a barrel to burn it in. It'd be a lot better. That's why I wetted the ground out here. I come out here and wet the ground in case it like blows off.
It's fucking almost 85 or something
There's a
today,
jar in
and
it.
he's burning trash, and he's standing right next to the fire. I would sweat my cheeks off. Nobody's gonna see you burn a can. Who cares? It'll just melt. I thought Chris would still be sleeping because he spends that 7 to 8 hours on gaming.
I'll say, starting to get a little green from the pollen.
He'll eat
My stomach's
something and
kinda
he'll
wet,
start
so-
playing at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon till 7 a.m. the next day. That's his life. He's on disability to play video games.
Yeah, but I would not want to go through the pain that he goes through, because the pain he goes through will knock the wind out of you. It's not, because there was a time that, I was getting back pain and it knocked the wind out of me. I had a pinched nerve, but went through therapy to get rid of it. And it's like, and I can imagine a slip disc. Oh my God.
There's another can. I don't know why I forget to take those cans and not put them in there. Got another can in there. Yeah, there's a couple more cans in here. God darn it.
Okay. Didn't even respond. Yeah, I don't mess with fire and stuff. I just don't do it. Don't care. My brother was a firefighter. He knows how to do it. So I just don't want to be around it. I mean, if somebody else is saying, we're going to roast marshmallows and stuff, and you put wieners on a stick, I was like, okay.
Yeah, but depends on what you're burning. I wouldn't do it over trash.
Mm-mm.
If I was burning charcoal or wood, yeah.
Man, we're going on 3 hours.
Really? It took me 3 hours to get here? It usually takes about 5.5 to get from Cleveland to my house. Take 5.5 hours typically.
But you've been on the road
Buggy.
longer. You were on the road longer than when I started.
Yeah, but I was like 20 miles out of south of Cleveland when you started. Because I had just left the TA and Lodi. Because I had got a cup of coffee from there.
Hmm.
Boom, 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 boom. It's a nice sunny day, but it's not warming up at all. only 45 degrees.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's only 45 where I'm at.
It's fucking 80 again here.
Well, you're a lot further south. Ugh.
I'm telling you, Sean, this new job is going to be really helpful for income.
Just hope they let you take the time off you want to go to Cali.
And when
When
I
you decide to.
when others have told me that too, like make sure they can give you the time. I says okay, but I usually plan in advance. I usually do like a month in advance or 3 weeks prior. You know, they always say
Wow.
2 weeks. You know, I do a month or 3 weeks in advance.
You see that truck that just passed me?
Yeah.
Very, very rarely do you see a White Castle trailer. Hey, man, bring me some sliders, man. Shit.
Here's the
That was a
problem.
White Castle truck.
Here's the problem with White Castle. When you go inside the restaurants when they used to have them, the name is deceiving. Because when you go in there, you see a lot of blacks. They
Yeah,
love
but
they love those hamburgers. They're gross.
well, the original restaurants were out of Des Plaines, Illinois, and they were built like a castle. That's where the name comes from, White Castle.
right.
And it's always been the ghetto man's food. But it was good, though. Everybody liked White Castle.
Seems to me like they only had like a small piece of cheese and then onions and a square piece of meat like Wendy's. You couldn't really decorate them or put more on there, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why they call them sliders.
I know like Chili's and stuff, they have something called sliders, but they're not cheap either, but they're like hamburgers, right? But they're thick patties, small, like McDonald's sized patties, whatever. Maybe a little thicker. And they call them sliders, but you can put like almost like ketchup, mustard, pickles, mayonnaise, whatever you want on it. But they're probably maybe that big, maybe.
Yeah, because when I had a roommate in my early 20s, Jimmy, we would go to White Castles frequently. I'd get off of work and I'd buy a couple of bags of White Castle sliders and bring them home. Like, hey man, I got dinner. I'm like, fucking hey. Are they doubles? Yeah. Plenty to eat.
And literally, they would only take like a bite and a half to eat, maybe two.
Typically three bites for me.
So Peter Griffin on Family Guy walked into one of the White Castles on the show, and it was a cutaway. And he said something in advance before the cutaway, and he's like, something about blacks, I guess it was racism, something, whatever he said. But he's like, that's more depressing than the time I was at White Castle. And then he gets to White Castle and he sees all the blacks. He's like, well, the name seems deceiving.
Yeah, you could get a sack of them. When I got off work, you can get a sack of 20 sliders for $10. Doubles, no doubt. Now today, you're probably at $40 to $50. Probably today. I haven't been to White Castle in a long time.
Places where I've been, I've seen them, but they closed them. And then all that's left is the building.
Well, in North Carolina, they don't have White Castle. They have Crystal.
Not anymore. We used to have one in Winston, but they changed it into a Taco Bell.
Well, in the South, I noticed that when I went down to live with my mom in South Carolina. I think got White Castle here. No, they got Crystal, though. Same food. Just different name.
And then you go to Illinois, they've got Checkers. We had a Checkers up here, not Crystal. It's a hamburger place. when you go to Waukegan, they have a Checkers or something like that.
Yeah, it was popular in the 50s.
We stayed at a hotel up there, and we had Wendy's, we had Checkers, Papa John's across the street, and there was another restaurant. I forgot what
That's
it
where
was.
that's where my parents went when they were in their 20s. Back in the 50s,
Where?
they'd go there. Checkers in
Uh,
Chicago. My mom was a teenager at the time. My dad was in his early 20s. I was like one of the teenage hangout places, or early 20s. I don't think there's any teenage hangout places anymore. The last one was our generation, and that was the shopping mall. And then
they
that's
said
dead.
welcome to Indiana.
Well, not yet, not officially. That was the sign. But right here is the border at this bridge. But I'm getting off on the Ohio side because if I went to the next exit and went under the bridge, then I'd be in Indiana, or across the bridge, I'd be in Indiana. But what's weird is the Sheldon is actually Indiana, not Ohio. And I'm like, how'd they manage to do that? Because I'm in Indiana briefly, and then there's Uranus, the fudge factory. They opened that up about a year ago,
Where is it?
right there.
Was it at that red building?
No, that was Sheldon's. And there's the Petro in front of me. See, this is Ohio right here. If I pulled into the parking lot to my right to go to Sheldon's, that's Indiana. It's really screwy here, but everything on this side is Ohio.
You said Uranus.
Yep, from Missouri. Dun, 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 dun.
So you're in Uranus? Where are you right now?
New Paris, Ohio.
Oh,
The town of New Paris, you go down to that next intersection, make a left, and go about a mile, then that's New Paris. But this is still a New Paris address.
is there always a code to get in?
No, you got to take a ticket. And if you're here more than 2 hours and didn't buy anything, you would have to pay $20 to get out of here.
Jesus.
But, you know,
Is that fair?
yeah. If you purchase fuel and whatever you purchase, they can validate your parking. But I know everybody here because this is my home truck stop. I know everybody that's here. They'll validate it if I buy anything or not because they see me all the time I come home. But I'm not going home. I'm just stopping here to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, and get a bite to eat.
There we go. Yeah, I thought I was going to bust. Play that caption of the Hank Hill cartoon, King of the Hill, when he was walking to the door of the bathroom. He goes, "Huh, I'm about to bust." And then you'd open the door, and it became a meme. A lot of people were putting weird shit behind the door.
I'm just checking voicemail.
I figured Caroline and Chris would have made it in here by now. GW.
Oh my God.
Hey Joshua, this is Allie with Jacksonville Tax Service King Walmart. I am so sorry to be blowing up your phone. That said that she talked to you and you said that your parents want to help you with the return, but that didn't answer my question as to are we going to file the amended return or your parents filing the amended return for you? What do I need to do with this amended return?
Can you just go to hell? Fuck.
Can't you just skip those messages or just hit delete and go to the next one?
Well, this moron, this lady keeps calling me, and it's getting annoying because I already said I'm already having things done a different way. I don't need your help. Thank you anyway. And then I said, stop with the phone calls. And what do? Sorry for bothering you and blowing up your phone, okay? But I wanted to find out something that doesn't really answer me. I was like, because I don't want to talk to you. And she's annoying. She talks very slow, like, well, we're going to do it this way. I was like, I could listen to Ben Stein worse than you. Fuck. He was a slow talker too, but he was more funnier. Bueller, that kind of stuff. So she's just annoying, and she works for Jackson Hewitt tax people stuff, and I used to go to them for some help, but forget it. Did you leave?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Yeah, Ben Stein used to write Ronald Reagan speeches throughout his career. He's also a good actor, but he's very intelligent.
And you covered yourself.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to look at the floor and my feet or whatever. I'm doing something here.
Playing with it.
Determining. I got to use the GPS.
He's slapping it.
All right. You may not hear me for a second. Because I'm going to that.
Man, this chat has died. I understand people are busy or whatever. Let me call Chris, see what he's doing, see if he wants to hop in. I'm going to mute it. I'm just going to mute it. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. That's 408 miles I'm still away. I'm going to knock most of that off, though.
Okay. Like I said, he was burning trash and stuff. He wanted to take a quick shower. He says, I'm still on, probably another hour.
Yeah, I got 16 more minutes to finish up my 30-minute break here.
Did you get a bite of anything?
Nah. No, whenever I have biscuits and gravy for breakfast, yeah, I won't eat most of the day.
So you're fasting.
No, it's just I'm not hungry. I only eat when I'm hungry. And when I'm hungry, when I eat biscuits and gravy for breakfast, it usually keeps me full most of the day. And they say that's bad because your blood sugar will plummet and you can run into issues. I said, yeah, but I'm not going to eat if I'm not hungry.
I do almost the same thing, 1 or 2 meals a day, but I'm diabetes, but I still control it with medication. That's about all I do, and exercise and whatever I do. But I usually have to go number 2 if I eat too much breakfast. I would get the churros.
Now, from where I'm delivering tomorrow, they'll probably have me go to that Americold in Jonesboro, Arkansas, and pick up my next load. That can go in. I can end up anywhere. I could end up in Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Talk about cold.
Yeah, as long as I go to Albert Lee, Minnesota, I'll be happy. Then I can get the ribs.
And make a mess.
Those are the best ribs in the world at Skull, the restaurant inside the truck stop there, the DA there in Albert Lee. It's a bar and grill tavern. They got those ribs cooking on that open flame on that big roller in the fireplace.
So Chris said that he's got to take a shower after being outside, and then hopefully he'll put a shirt on. I don't want to see his tattooed chi-chis.
Well, we ain't got to smell him,
He's got something tattooed from like this end, back here from his shoulder, all the way across his boobies, over back this way. Something in green. Probably Tupac. I don't know. I like Chris. I like Lone. I like Darren. I like you. Bruce. And the rest of them. But you guys are like my handfuls of good people, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, but I give out good information.
But then we can goof off. We have a good time.
Uh-huh.
I don't care who comes in, but I don't like to have anybody turned away either. And I always have to, like that 10-year-old I was telling you about. I was like, how the hell do you get in here? It's probably a fake account and they're trying to tease so I can get in trouble. But then this little one said, oh, it's okay. I've done heard it all before. I was like, you don't know me very well. I mean, I would probably use a lot of porn references, and then she's sitting there like, oh my heavens, this is why I don't use social media. I'm 10. But anyway, the owner of OnlyFans, the billionaire owner of OnlyFans, passed away.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. Who was the start of that? Because
His name is
uh,
Leo Radevinsky. I don't know. He's from Ukraine.
yeah, but see, OnlyFans
He was a
is
billionaire.
actually online prostitution, is what it is.
It said the
Uh,
adult website owner. I know regular people that have OnlyFans, and that's just dumb. Show your privates. That's what people do. They get paid for it, whatever. But these normal people, well, I got OnlyFans, so you're not
yeah,
queer. You're not
your
gay.
top your top 10 OnlyFans girls are multimillionaires. Yes. And a lot of these girls have visions of grandeur that they're going to be one of them one day. Maybe. But there are a lot of ladies that are very good looking and have, devastating bodies or whatever, but still don't make a whole lot on OnlyFans because a lot of men don't have the money to spend on their website, on their page. That money, when it's like strippers, a lot of gentlemen's clubs have closed down because there's no money to be made, even on the weekends, because they were built near where factories are, and the factory workers would get off work, they'd go there for happy hour. Yeah, and they were throwing money around because they had the money to do it. Well, those factory jobs don't exist anymore, and there goes the titty bar. The girls can't make any money; they're just gonna be sitting around.
Okay, give me 1 second. Marion's calling. I'm right here. Sean,
Yeah.
say hey to Miriam.
No, that's all right. Don't worry about it.
No, just say hey to her.
Oh, hi, Marion.
Hey, how you doing?
All right. I'm surprised she can hear me through the other phone.
Hadn't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, I'm always here or on Darren's.
Yeah. And you're always traveling around too.
Yeah. Always got to be working. But I'm taking some time off in late May when my son graduates.
Oh, that's good. That's good. You probably deserve it. You work really hard.
She's talking to you.
Huh?
She said you probably deserve your vacation.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. I have not taken a week off at home in probably 3 years. When I have gone home in the past few years, it's only been for like a day or two.
Yeah.
Okay, Buns. So I'm going to get back to this, okay?
Okay.
I'll talk to you after a while.
Okay. Good to talk to you, Sean.
Good, you too.
All right, Buns. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry about that. She wanted to say, I asked her if she wanted to say hey to you.
Yeah, anybody who watches the replay or in chat right now, you hear me talk about this frequently, but it only benefits those who are American citizens, like Josh, Carolina Chris, if he came in here, and whoever's an American, because this is our tax laws here in the United States. And I've been reading this, and I want you to. This is the best way of putting it, where maybe y'all can understand it. When my compensation is taxed as gross income, I'm being deprived of the provisions of Tax Code 83, 212, 1001, 1011, and 1012. You will be asked to determine for yourself whether the law is being violated by the IRS when it seeks to tax what you've received as compensation for your services as an employee, self-employed individual, or a sole proprietor. When the government itself can offer no contrary interpretation of the statute that explains how compensation is to be taxed. You would not be the best tax attorney in the land if you offered a contrary interpretation than what is detailed herein.
Is that it?
The reason why they tax your income is because they're depriving you of Tax Code 83, 212, 1001, 1011, 1012. Those provisions. When you hear somebody, especially here on YouTube, like Pete Hendrickson, that says, like a lot of people, there is no law that explains how we're taxed. Oh, yes, there is. And that's 83A. It's a statute, not a regulation. It's a statute, which means a law written by Congress. And it says the overage over the amount paid is gross income, not your entire paycheck.
Okay, somebody just came in. Chris C, 2014. I believe this is one of my friends in Massachusetts.
Who? Oh.
His name's Chris. Is this the Boston, Massachusetts Chris that I know? Yes. Oh, okay. I guess it. Yeah, it is. Okay. Thanks for showing up. It's probably been 2 years. You probably took a hiatus or a whatever away from me because you and I don't really speak. Chris, I really thought you hated me, and that's why I was kind of being stern about you when we were talking on Messenger. You know, I thought we lost touch. Whatever. You know, you go your way, I go mine. I'm fine. Very much employed. How are you doing? Jesus, man, 20 more minutes and it's 4 hours. What am I doing? Well, Chris, I'm glad you're here because you're the only one that's really been here except my other friend Bruce, Shooting Star. Now all the phone calls are coming in. Sean, give me a second. Sorry.
Sure. Doom doo 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 doo. I must have put it in there already. Whoop, time to go. Ah, shit. Oh. Oh, come on, man. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. Ah. Yep, this ain't gonna work. I'm gonna face it straight up for now because this road is so rough. I'd be constantly fighting to keep the phone in a position, so I have to point it straight up like this so y'all get a good view. Because Indiana been using their money for other things instead of for the highway. That's why it's so chewed up and spat out.
Times this is not the 1800s. They even give illegal CDLs, Mr. Trucker.
I'm sorry?
How about speaking English? What were they talking about in the chat here?
Oh, that was the person that was in here earlier.
Oh,
I
okay.
totally just.
Oh yeah, I was. Hold on a second. How do I get back to the live stream? I'm actually reading the. I'm on the YouTube live. I'm not in the where I was. I can't find the. How do I
You're
get
on the
back to the
panel.
live? Oh, okay, dang, dude, I could not remember. Oh my god, I could not figure out how to get back to the live stream, man. I was trying to read the comments and stuff. Like, I was looking at Grogu driving a truck. I was like, yo, what in the?
Well, I have to turn the phone this way and not format it because
that's cool looking, dude. Grogu, it looks like he's actually driving that damn thing, bro.
he's been sitting there since the pandemic started.
You know they got a movie coming out here pretty soon, man. I hope it's good though. Shoot.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely going to be good. I want to see it. Is this Carolina, Chris?
Yeah, that's what's left of me.
I haven't spoken to you in a long time. I've been wanting to ask you.
Uh-huh.
Are you a part of the same native tribe as the WWF wrestler Tatanka?
Oh no.
He's
No.
from North Carolina.
Yeah, I forgot what tribe he's part of. I don't know. I don't forget which part tribe is he from. He's not. I don't think he's not Lumbee. Was he Cherokee?
I don't think he was Cherokee.
The only one I remember from the North Carolina only wrestler, because I didn't really pay attention to wrestling in years, was Wahoo McDaniel. That was the only one I remember as a kid.
Well, Wahoo McDaniel's a legend.
Yeah. I actually got to meet him when I was a kid.
Yeah, Tatanka was only in the WWF. It wasn't the WWE yet. He was only in there for a couple of years.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and he's from North Carolina, and he's 100% native.
Yeah, I never. I kind of like I was into wrestling really hard in the '80s, and then honestly, at one point, I just fell out of it, man. You know what I'm saying? I was like die hard, dude. Me and my brother used to have wrestling matches in the backyard. We would make our belts out of cardboard and stuff, and you know what I'm saying? Have these little championship matches and stuff. But
I stopped watching after the Attitude Era.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This was back. You remember NWA, like back when Rock and Roll Express, the Midnight Express, and this is back.
Dusty Rhodes,
Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. Yeah, man.
We'll be making movies, baby.
Yeah, dude. I got to meet the Junkyard Dog. I got to meet Sergeant Slaughter. I got to
those
meet
are legends there.
We got to meet Wahoo McDaniel. Oh, dude, I got to meet so many wrestlers as a kid. Actually, when I was sitting in the stands one night with a buddy of mine and our neighbor, who was this old man, he used to have a little store attached to his house in our neighborhood where you could buy like little Chico sticks and Hour Laters and little sodas when you would get off the school bus. And he was a crazy wrestling fan. I'm talking about, you should see this guy in front of the TV, dude. He would get into it like he was actually in the ring fighting somebody himself. And the guy was like, he was a senior citizen, dude, but he would get spry as hell when the matches would come on. And he took us out there one night, and we were sitting there just like having a ball. And just so happens we were sitting right beside, I think it was Sergeant Slaughter's wife or something. And he come up there to give her a hug, and we was like, "Oh my God!" And he ended up giving me a hug, and I lost my mind, bro. I was like, "Oh my God, that was such a good time, man. Good time back then."
Yeah. The only reason why I recently, over 10 years ago, got back into watching it was because I had stopped watching it for 10 years. You know, after the Attitude Era died.
Right.
I was over in Japan, going to the Philippines with a friend of mine. We were visiting his brother and his wife for 3 days in Japan, and we were going. We took a train to Osaka, and because I always assumed that it's something else, but he said I thought we were going to go see sumo wrestling. I seen it on TV, never for real there in the stadium. No, we went and seen Stardom and Yoshi. Okay, and we had front row, and we're only like 5 feet from the ring apron, and there's only a rope putting us between that and there, and we're in front row. And me being 6'5", Westerner, it's hard for me to blend in. Well, the girls were coming out, and I'm like, wow, I thought this was going to be sumo wrestling. And I'm like, nope. And then they would come out, and they would always hit hands, and they'd always stop in front of me and look up at me, and smile. There was this one that did it, and man, she hit me, gorgeous freaking eyes. And I was like, Barry, who is that? He goes, I don't know. I said, you brought me here. And then the woman she was wrestling, I don't know if it was a miscue or something like that. She come over the top rope spinning, and I caught her in midair. It was like catching a sack of potatoes, okay? That's who she was wrestling. And then when we went to the Philippines, we came back home 2 months later. We're back on the road. He calls me up and tells me to turn on wrestling, right? And it was the Royal Rumble. And it was the first women's Royal Rumble. And he said, you recognize her? I'm like, yeah, that's the girl I kept asking to go out for a drink with my hand, giving her a hand symbol like they do in Japan. Would you like to go for a drink?
Uh-huh.
She became part of the WWE. She's still in the WWE, and her name. You would know her as Asuka. I knew her as Kana.
Damn. Yeah, that's cool as hell, dude.
Yeah, she kept smiling at me, but I never got a yes or a no.
Oh,
and then when the event was over, they all came down, and the girl I caught thanked me for catching her. I said, "Why didn't you hit me?" I said, "Did you hear what I whispered to you?" She goes, "Yeah, but I don't want to get in trouble." I said, "I would have sold for you. Everybody would have loved it." I said, "You wouldn't have hurt me." When I set her down, she goes, "You can put me down now." I said, "Oh, you speak English," and they were clapping. The audience, 1,000 people. I'm setting her down, and I whisper in her ear, "When I set you down, I'm going to raise my hands. I want you to slug me in the stomach, and I'll sell for you." People would have loved it. She didn't do that. She yapped away in Japanese, and she pushed me. I was waiting for her to slug me in the stomach. I said, "You can't hurt me. Are you kidding?"
It probably would have been like hitting a pillow, huh?
Yeah, and well, that's what she said when I caught her. I felt like I fell on a mattress. Yeah, and I told her, I said, "Is Kana going to come down here?" And all the females reacted the same way. They have this weird noise that all the females react to. They're like, "Oh," like that. "You like Kana?" She was laughing. She goes, "I kept seeing you giving her the hand symbol. Would you like to go for a drink?" I said, "She should be coming down." And she made it halfway to come out, and she was looking over at us, smiling and waving. And somebody stopped her, and she ran back to the dressing room. I suspect then that was when she was signed to NXT. Because nobody knew her. She was only from Japan, wrestling in Yoshi.
Well, damn, dude. Yo, hey, my friend who lives in Australia just got back from Japan.
Yeah, and I got screwed, man. I'd be like, Barry, me meeting her now is about as good as a one-legged man winning an ass-kicking contest.
Yeah, dude.
I spent $400 and change for tickets when Raw was in Nashville. It was like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I spent the coin to have an aisle seat where they come out.
Uh-huh.
Because when she came out, I was going to do the same thing, thinking, "Do you remember me?" I don't know if she would or not, but that's the only reason why I bought the ticket. But I couldn't go because they closed the TA right next to downtown Nashville. They plowed it and they made a parking garage out of it for the stadium.
Uh-huh.
So I had to park 30 miles away, and I'm like, I'm not buying an Uber. So I just sold the ticket and got some of my money back. But I was just only there to see her, and then I was leaving.
Oh, damn, dude. Yeah, I mean, how could she forget you, dude? like, yo.
I kind of figured a Westerner on the ring, because they thought I was an American wrestler, is why they kept stopping and looking at me. And I figured, me being like Godzilla in human form at a wrestling, and Osaka, I think maybe she would remember. Let alone asking you, "Would you like to go for a drink?" I kept doing that. She kept smiling at me.
Drink that soda.
Because, man, she has gorgeous eyes.
I gotta look her up. How do you spell her name? Type her name in the message center here so I can look her up in the chat. Let me see.
I can't type it.
Spell it and I'll type it.
ASUKA. Now, there's a cartoon character called that, but I would put WWE, and then it would come up.
WWE. All right.
But I've always been fond of, Asian women's eyes.
Oh,
but hers were like beyond,
You should see my high school sweetheart that I was dating, man. She was Korean, man. She was beautiful. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I like her hair color.
Yeah. The only difference is she didn't wear makeup like she does now, and her hair was not colored, but it was cut short, and it was an auburn color, and her outfit was a little bit different, but she predominantly looks the same as she did.
Let me see. I think I got a picture. Well, don't know what picture this is, Maria. Oh, this don't do her any justice. This picture doesn't do any justice. Probably can't see it anyway. That's yeah. Picture looks like crap.
She's
That's
hot
her.
though.
Yeah, that's Maria, dude. She like short. She come up to my. I think how high was she? I'm like 5'8". She was like 4 something or something. She come up to my like chest or something. She was short as something. She was adorable as hell.
Yeah, Caroline, Chris, I did not know you were from Fayetteville. I
Yeah.
was there a couple of times, and I met up with Boosie Bonita. She'll be
Yeah.
back in April. And I went to a restaurant that she worked at. I didn't know you lived in Fayetteville. I was like, I knew you lived somewhere in North Carolina. I didn't know where. Josh
Yeah.
was the one that told me where you lived. I'm like, well, if I would have known that, I would have tried to meet you.
Without the
Yeah.
address.
The Grays Creek area, with the great like Highway 87 South. I'm out this way.
There's a restaurant in Fayetteville called Caserna, Filipino cuisine. Oh, it's authentic Filipino food, and it is excellent. That's where Boots works.
And she's hot, sir.
Yeah, my cousin Shannon, her grandmother was from the Philippines, and her grandfather, who's not related to me, my cousin Shannon, her dad is my mom's brother. My cousin's half Filipino. Her grandmother was from Filipinos. Her grandfather was in the first Delta Force. He was a badass in the military back in the day. But I never got to try any of their food, man.
Oh, it's really good. Yeah, but Boots being hot, I never saw her that way, and I known her a long time. But when she put that striped bikini on with the shoestring on the hips, that did something to me where I started looking at her differently.
You had a
Like,
hammer
God
in his
damn.
throats.
It was like, that's when things changed. I started looking at her differently, and I'm like, she's married, dude. And I'm like, I was respectable,
But now
but
he
she's not
wants to-
married anymore.
Now he wants to give her some mukbang.
What did you say, Josh?
He wants to bang her if it happens.
I thought, she'll tell you I was a perfect gentleman, But if she pushed something, I'm not going to say no because I sure as hell ain't gay.
And then on top of that, he wants to keep her underwear.
Well, that's my proof to show you because I'm not going to tell you. I'll just have it in my hand, swinging it around on my finger, and that'll be your sign to know.
Oh my God! What in the hell, man? Josh is crazy as hell.
Where do you think the term in the ghetto came from? Did you get the draws? Yeah, that's where that term comes from.
I just tried to hit it and quit it.
I wouldn't with her. She's a good woman.
Oh yeah, well if they're good, then you gotta lock it down. You gotta put a ring on it. Try to lock it down or something, hold it down. If it's a good one now, that's a different story.
Let her suck you off.
Yeah, but hey man, I can't tell you how many I was with to start it, but I was young and dumb though. It's a big difference back then. You can kind of tell things when you get older.
Yeah, but I don't grab women and do what I want with them, Josh. I don't do that.
I don't either. It just happens if it does.
Well, yeah.
We always end up with fat girls, and that just sucks.
I dated a few, man. It started off lovely and then ended up being crazy as hell.
She asked you to put it in her butt?
Now, nobody's ever asked me to put it in their butt.
I had a student named Antonio. He was from Inkster, Detroit. Okay? He was like a string bean. Black dude. He loved big women. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
And they were talking about it, and these guys were saying, they were laughing and looking at this big ass girl. And one of them said, how can you get to it? And Antonio was like, that's easy. All you got to do is lift that shit up. It's funny the way he said it, though.
He said, bend that shit over and just roll that shit up and cap it in. Easy action.
The problem with me with fat women is they either have rashes somewhere or they peel.
Oh, well, that's odd.
In certain places that aren't even close to where I need to be.
Still doable.
The best I would do is throw up. I couldn't.
Because while you're having a good time with this individual, and then it starts to smell like fart all of a sudden, and then they didn't even queef. So, it's just unbearable, and I literally almost gag. It's like I don't even want to be in the room with you.
Wow.
Go shower.
That's why I
stop
don't
doing
drink.
yourself.
I go to clubs as frequently as I can, but I don't drink.
Yeah.
And that's why I'll never end up in bed with somebody I don't know who the hell I'm in bed with. That'll never happen.
And then they have a cock.
Yeah, I rarely drink anymore myself, man. Which I don't know. There was at one point, dude. At one point in my life, I used to frequent the strip clubs a lot, man. And all the strippers would come back to my house, man. They would be everywhere, man. It'd be two in my bed. I'm not saying I'm sleeping with two of them. I'm just saying there'd be two passed out in my bed, two on the couch, two in the other room. This is after me and my baby mom broke up, and the house was all mine, man. It was a friggin' nut house at that point. I was wilding out, man. Just completely nuts. Them girls was all right. I'm cooking pork chops right now at the moment. You ever cook pork chops? What's that? Pork chops in the oven or the air fryer?
On the skillet.
Yeah, that's what I was about to think, man. I got a cat.
I have a grill, but I can't get it to work right now.
Oh boy, if I had a grill, I'd cook on that shit all the time.
Well, hell, it's 80-some degrees there. That's grilling out time for me. There's barbecue.
You could put like a grill, what is it? The tray things that are in the grills, and you can roast it over the fire there. And you can hold wieners on a stick, whatever.
Yeah, I used to, I'd be out there cooking in the wintertime if I had a grill. I'm not gonna lie. Oh,
I tried that once. It's just too damn cold.
you go out there, you put it on, you run back in the house, go back out, check it, run back in the house. It's worth it when it's done cooking. The payout with the.
Yeah, but if I did that, the shit would get burnt.
All right, let's see here. 350, 350. I'm gonna put two in the oven, two in the frying pan.
So, Chris, I thought you would actually be sleeping right now because you've played your games for 17 days straight without sleeping.
Oh no! Oh, I'm about to go live here in a minute.
Oh, I wanted to ask you, what did you do to your back? You said something about a slip disc?
Apparently, the doctor says I think it's degenerative disc disease or something.
Oh, that's bad. Yes.
Great.
I'm surprised you're not in pain unless they give you some good shit.
Nah, they don't really give me pain medicine. They give me Flexeril, but I don't really take pain medicine, pain pills no more. But yeah, it bothers me sometimes when I stand up for periods of time. Like when I'm sitting in that chair at night, sometimes my neck gets really like incredibly difficult, like stiffness in the back. You know, it's unbearable sometimes. Like I can kind of move it around, and it still doesn't help.
I can imagine.
Like if I had like one of those neck things they give you when you get into a car accident, you get like whiplash. That feel like that would help. It probably look weird, but it feels like it would help a whole lot if I was wearing one of those constantly.
But I thought you can, and it helps everything.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do for degenerative back problems. There's nothing you can do about it. That's what's sad.
You can't take hits from a bong?
Oh yeah, I don't even smoke anymore, hardly, man. Not much. I get I don't get the urge to want to do anything. All I want to do is sleep and eat when I do that shit.
Yeah, but I'd be like, hey, Chris, let's do a vision quest, man. I'd ask you to do a vision quest with me, and I said, do you know a pipe bearer? That way we can have some peyote.
Yeah, I'd do it. Hey.
Yeah, you wouldn't feel no pain then, for a while at least.
Dude, I ain't done shrooms in a long time either. Close enough. I ain't never done peyote though.
I have a couple of times. I
I heard about it though. I definitely like to give it a try before I'm too old.
Yeah, it's supposed to assist you to enter the spirit world. I've done it without peyote with my aunt, but the other times was I didn't know that peyote was in the fire. All you had to do is breathe, and you're breathing it in. And one time it was in a tea, and I thought that was symbolic of something. No, that's raw peyote. I just took a sip and handed it to the next guy, and then all of a sudden, whoa!
Oh shit! Yeah, I heard. What's his name? I think Joe Rogan was talking about that shit on one of his podcasts once. I think, or was that or DMT or some shit? No, it was peyote. I think somebody was talking about peyote on that shit once. I was like, oh my god, sounds kind of wild. But it's like, isn't there like a place in like Arizona or some shit where they have like a retreat? where you
Well,
can go?
yeah. The only places you can find peyote is out west. It's a cactus, is what it is, but it's really tiny. It looks like somebody threw a donut on the ground.
Uh huh.
Is what they look like.
Oh man. So you just find it laying. Oh man, dude, I'd try it. I would most definitely try it. Probably had to get somewhere like go outside in like the country or something in the field. I wouldn't be in a populated area. I'd probably be better off. I start wilding out. Oh Lordy. I don't know.
But
Only time I ever did shrooms once, man. Oh my, I'm talking about legitimate, not the hydroponic shrooms. That was the craziest experience I ever had in my life. And it did not go as I planned either. Long story short, my shit kicked in right when we pulled up at a gas station. And I walked outside, and next thing you know, I'm in between two guys that just pulled guns on each other. One guy at a gas pump, one guy standing behind me, and I heard the gun cock behind me. I thought I was about to get shot in the head. And apparently the guy at the gas pump just had words with the guy behind me. And the guy behind me, come to find out, knew me. And the guy at the gas pump, I knew him, and I kind of had problems with him beforehand. But the guy looks at me behind me, goes, "Chris, you know this guy?" And I'm like, "Look, dude, my shit's just kicking in. I want to get the hell out of here." I said, he says, "Chris, you know this guy? Is he all right?" I said, "Yeah, man, he's all right." I knew in my head, if I say no, this guy's a piece of shit. Shoot him. I'm gonna be in the middle of a shootout in the middle of I'm like, nah, he's good people, man. He's all right. I was like, he's like, all right. Next thing you know, they put the guns away and everybody goes their direction. I get in the car and I told my boy, I said, "Take me home now." I said, "Take me home right now." That was the first time and the last
yeah,
time I ever did legitimate shrooms.
I've been like, I'm too stoned for this, man.
Yeah, right. I should have been like, "Hey guys, I just did some shrooms, man. This is not the time." I am tripping balls at the moment. Yeah, that was the only time I ever did, like, the kind that grow under cow shit.
Yeah, but my Aunt Joanne, they call her Mother Moon up in Wisconsin,
Uh-huh.
and she didn't believe in using peyote to enter the spirit world. Totally natural. She was good at it.
He said the ones that
And
grow on the cow shit.
very, very rarely do you ever run into a woman shaman. They're all usually men.
Right. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I honestly don't think I ever heard of one either.
Yeah, they call her Mother Moon because she was working as a it's charity. Like religious people go to another country and help the poor people or whatever. I forgot what the word I'm looking for.
Uh,
But she did that, but over in Africa, and they start calling her Mother Moon.
I was about
That name stuck.
to say, was she born was it during the 60s?
No, she was born in the 1940s.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, she's old now.
Dang. Oh my God. Now, how old did that make her
She's
today?
in her 80s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but she had a talent, and they all recognized it.
So, Chris, I wanted to let you know that Cheech and Chong will be at the Comic-Con this summer.
Get out of here.
I'm
What?
not, I'm not kidding. Look it up.
Yeah, I'd be
Oh.
there if I'm around the area. I'll be there. I'd like to meet him.
Oh my God, I like, dude, y'all were guys with the first stoner movies I ever remember as a kid.
I like that
Yeah.
part. I don't remember which of them it was, but they were growing the weed under that tarp that looked like a swimming pool. And
Oh yeah, and
the guy
the helicopter blows and he's like on top of it acting like he's swimming.
yeah,
It was
well-
Cheech.
yeah, there was a guy working for him that was doing it all, and he had this electrical thing making the electric go up like a light bulb or whatever. And
Yeah.
Cheech looks at it and goes, "Ooh, electric weed."
I like the one with what's his name? Played Pee Wee Herman. I like the one that he was in. I forget what it was.
That was his
Nice-
first movie.
Was that Nice Dreams?
Yeah,
Yeah.
when they were in the club, they snorted coke under the table. Them and Tommy Chong.
Yeah, man, that shit was hilarious. We were talking about him the other day because my boy Zach, I played games with. He's autistic. He kind of sounds like Pee Wee when he talks sometimes. I don't know if he gets mad when we ask him about that. I don't know if he knows who the guy is or not, but I swear he sounds like Pee Wee sometimes. He has that voice though. It kind of
Yeah. Well,
But,
where they filmed Pee Wee Herman's Big Top Pee Wee, I think it was,
yeah.
where they were sitting in the dinosaur, and then he went to the truck stop where that woman truck driver dropped them off, said, "Tell them Large Marge sent you." I was out there about a month and a half ago, and I did
Oh,
a video
yeah?
of it. Yeah, well, the building that the diner was used when Large Marge dropped them off is no longer there, but they left the sign for nostalgia. And the truck stop there sells shirts that says, "Tell them Large Marge sent you," or "Large Marge sent me." But they didn't have any shirts available. I wanted to buy one for myself.
Oh,
But that's where they filmed it. And they have the dinosaurs there and all that. I did a video of it, a live stream.
I need to check that out, dude. Oh,
I
yeah.
saw it. I was there. I saw it.
It's right
Oh,
off of
dude.
I-10 next to Big Bear.
Damn. Man, I remember watching this. I don't think anybody that was young around our well, I guess around like maybe the 80s or whatever. I don't know, but nobody don't remember watching his TV show. That show he had.
I did.
Well, my nephews used to watch that when they were kids. And my
Uh-huh.
mom would come in the living room and sit down and watch it for a second. And my mom would say, "This guy makes me nervous." My mom would always say that.
Oh yeah. What if she thought he was like maybe like he might be weird towards kids or something eventually?
Yeah.
The way he act. Yeah.
This
he
guy
probably-
makes me nervous. She'd go back to the kitchen.
And then in the show, he would say, "Hi, John B. What's today's word?" You know, and then John B. the genie, he would talk to. Well,
Oh,
Pee Wee, today's word is ass. You know, and whatever.
I almost forgot about that, dude. Like, I swear, I'm gonna have to sit. Like, where can you watch that shit at again, man?
YouTube, I guess, or wherever. I mean, you have to type it in.
A lot of times you can find it here on YouTube, whatever it is.
Let me see.
And then John B, the genie, he would say some kind of catchphrase, "Make a lick a high, make a low," or something like that.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. They say it's on Tubi. Don't tell me this crap's on. Dude, you gotta be crazy. Hold on a second. It says it's on Tubi. Now hold on. I'm going to Tubi right now.
They have shows and movies on there.
Does
Hey,
Chris know
Brett.
that?
Sean, Brett Glasgow, what's his name? Brett's here.
Oh, hi, Brett. But Josh, does Carolina Chris know that house is buried near you?
I don't know. Chris, do you please Police Academy 4 and 5? Do you remember the big heavyset black guy? Hello?
Did we lose Chris?
I guess.
He's still there. He might be
Playhouse.
signaling. Oh, there he is.
I found Pee Wee's. They got Pee Wee's Playhouse, and then they got Pee Wee's Christmas special on Tubi.com.
But they made 2 movies of Big Top Pee Wee and Big Adventure.
Yeah.
Here, I'll put it in your chat real quick.
But ask Chris Gunn if he knows that, who House is. Or remember him.
Yeah, when he gets back.
Oh, he might.
So next year will be 20 years that House has been gone.
Wow, that long.
He died in 2007. So, Chris,
Uh
you remember Police Academy, all those movies, 1 through 7? Do
huh.
you remember the big black guy in part 4 and 5? They nicknamed him House.
Yep.
His grave is basically down the street from me.
Oh yeah. What, here in Carolina?
Yeah, he used to live in Clemens. Have you heard of the town Clemens?
I don't think so.
It's just up the street. But he,
Yeah, there's a lot of places here in North Carolina I never heard of though.
so it'll be 20 years next year that he's been gone.
Oh wow, dude.
He passed away of diabetes.
Oh my god, my cousin just found out he's got diabetes, man. And like my doctor, I gotta take my blood test on Wednesday. She's really concerned about me at the moment. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, but the actor House had a serious weight issue. I don't know what, but he was really, really big.
Oh yeah.
He even tipped a helicopter in part 5 hanging from it. He was hanging from a helicopter to land through the boat, the top of the boat roof, to save Harris and Lassard. And he yells, "Bombs away!" And the helicopter brings him over on top of it. He comes crashing through the roof and saves them. And anyway, but he was tipping the helicopter. They were struggling to keep him up because the rolled out ladder that he was on, it wasn't like Proctor coming in, "I'm right here, sir." He was lighter weight, but House tipped the helicopter. He was crazy.
Oh my god. I didn't realize he's that big.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then in part 4, when he first arrived, he's like, "Hey, Hutter, Sergeant Hutter, you remember me?" "No, I don't remember you. You used to bounce me on your knee." I forgot what
Little Timmy.
Little Timmy bouncing on your knee. "Oh, yeah, I remember. You can register right over there." And he picks up the scooter he rode in on. He picked it up and carried it to the registration desk.
Oh my god.
He pulls up on the scooter and he says, "Okay, I'll go right over there." And he picks up the whole scooter. And like it was like a bag full of groceries on his arm. It's like he just like carried it, and then you hear Tackleberry saying, "My family's having dinner. You want to come over?" And then Tackleberry tells Hightower, "Do you want to come over and have dinner?" And he just kind of looked at him strange. He's like, "No, you guys punched each other in the face." Okay.
Did something happen?
I guess
Said, "Oh shit!"
Yeah,
Something
I
must have
guess he
happened.
dropped his. I guess he dropped his phone in his food or something. Sauce. So, Sean, I had to. Why'd you laugh at House's antics on part 4 and 5? What
I'm
was so
sorry.
You were laughing at how House was tipping the helicopter and picking up the scooter.
Well, mostly I thought what was funny is when Sweet Chuck went through the hoop of the basketball court when he was sitting on the other end of the bench, and he sat on the other end and it vaulted him up.
Right. And you hear Jones going, when he sits down on the bench and it flings Sweet Chuck up, and you hear the at the basketball goal.
Yeah, if you were to go visit his grave again, before you get there, as you're walking up to the grave, play that music that Michael Winslow was doing. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
I know he would probably appreciate it.
You don't have to pay for it, Chris. You can just hop right back in. Other people do. He accidentally clicked on the kick out button, and now it's saying for him to pay to get back in. No, you don't have to pay.
No.
But my mother questioned me when I went there the first time to see House. I was like, Mom, I was at House's gravesite. Who the fuck is House? I was like, really? What franchise movies do I love? I think whatever. So she's like, what are you doing out there for? I says, seeing one of my movie stars' grave.
I never knew they made a cartoon of it. How long did that last?
That was in 88, 89. It was during the time they were filming. Maybe 2 or 3 seasons. I don't know. It sucked. It was not the greatest. It wasn't even anyone's voice that we were used to. Nobody did voiceovers for that show.
Oh, that's sad.
None of them. They had Bobcat, they had Sweet Chuck, they had Fackler, they had Jones, Hooks, and then Proctor, Harris, Mahoney. None of them sounded like them. These were other actors. Somebody else that did noises for Jones. It was not them. It would have been a better hit. I'll tell you this now. If they voiced those characters, it would have went off somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't put fake people in there. You can't do that shit.
Especially Michael Winslow. How do you come behind him?
Dave Coulier, who played Joey in Full House, he does impressions. And then you got Frank Caliendo, and then you got a few others that do impressions too. Like, I don't know if they can compare to him. You know what Jones recently said? The interviewer said, "You're the man of 10,000 voices." He's like, "I think we've crawled up to 40,000. 40,000 voices and noises, and he also sings.
Well, the one that did the voice, Warner Brothers cartoon characters. I forgot his name, but he did Yosemite Sam, Bugs Bunny, Donald Duck, all of them.
Mel Blanc. Mel Blanc. I've got a video that I've been and touched his grave. I didn't know he was Jewish, though.
Oh, he was?
Yep.
I thought he was Italian.
Italian. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. But we went to Hollywood Forever Cemetery, and the first thing we drove past, I kind of just glanced, and I looked, and I was like, what? Mel Blanc? I told Sherelle, my driver, I said, 1 second. Stop right here. So I went and did a quick little 15, 20-second video of some, and I was like, this is Mel Blanc. He's the voice of all the Warner Brothers characters and or whatever. And, Looney Tunes is what I said. And that was about all of it. But I actually was there. I also saw Mickey Rooney's grave, same place.
When
Toto.
he passed?
I'm sorry.
When did Mickey Rooney pass away?
I gotta look it up. I don't know.
I'm guessing maybe early 2000s. I'm guessing.
Yeah, something like that. I think 2007. I'm not sure. Let's see. When did Mickey Rooney pass? April 6, 2014. Really?
Wow.
The same year Robin passed.
That's probably why we didn't hear about it, because everybody was talking about Robin Williams.
But I've been to his grave too. He was cremated. He's in a mausoleum.
Yeah, there is no grave for Robin Williams. They cremated him and they poured the ashes in the ocean.
Yes, they did.
That was his wish.
Because he would go there just to kind of whatever depressed people do and stuff. But he would also fish. I think you were allowed to fish. Because his home, I think, don't quote me.
Marin. North
Yeah.
of San Francisco.
The San Francisco Bay, I think it was like he was close to it. He went and fished. He did stuff. And I think that's where he kind of had some alone time as well.
Well, Marin is where the wealthy people lived in San Francisco.
And a YouTuber has been to his home in Marin County. He got access, not in, but around it. They don't live there anymore. His wife moved.
How did he know that that was his house?
I can show you the video. I know for a fact it's his house.
Was it a mansion or just a big house?
He had a basement of sorts, but it's not a huge gated community place or something. But normal street, you know, anybody could drive past. They put flowers out for that time frame, but they also put flowers down at the Mrs. Doubtfire house as well, and obviously, and
I know that's in San Francisco, but I wouldn't be able to find it. From what I heard, it's behind the houses that you see at the beginning of the TV series Full House. It's behind that, is what I was told.
And it's actually on Steiner Street. And that's when Robin was saying, as Ms. Doubtfire, Steiner, dear, Steiner. So Sally Fields was giving her the address, and I forgot what the number was that she said, but it was like 2346 Steiner Street, and then Ms. Doubtfire said, "Ooh, Steiner, dear."
I got a question, Josh. You might probably remember this. The guy that played as Robin's boss that invited him to drinks, remember?
Yes.
Okay, that actor, was that the same actor that was in the John Candy movie, The Great Outdoors, as the one that rented the room to John Candy and his family? That's the same actor, isn't it?
I have to look it up.
I like that they went in there, and that's where they spent their honeymoon. They got the two boys with them, and it said, "For service, blow me." And there's a horn there.
Yeah, he also played in the new Miracle on 34th Street, not the black and white. He played the new Santa Claus in that one.
Oh, the same actor that I'm talking about?
Yes. His name in Miss Doubtfire was Jonathan Lundy.
Yeah, but is it the same actor that was in The Great Outdoors?
I have to look it up. I don't know.
Towards the end of the movie, he came into the room with the lamp that was a shotgun, and he needed to shoot the bear with it. So he plugs it in and then shoots the bear in the ass with it. I'm like, what'd you have to plug it in for?
Charge that shit up.
I've actually been to the Great Outdoors house. It's in at Universal in the back lot. That house actually exists and whatever.
Yeah, they passed it off as Wisconsin, but it was actually anything outside was filmed in Yosemite.
but they actually, I don't know. I like the part where the bear gets in the house or the bat, and then John and Dan were like trying to catch it and throw it out, and John's like, "What are you trying to do? Kiss it?" Because Dan was going and doing this, and John was like, "What are you trying to do? Get rid of it or kiss it?" "Well, I'm just trying to get it out. Calling it over here." And it's crazy. That's the best part for me. What are you trying to do? Get rid of it or kiss it?
Yeah, but I like that one at the beginning there. For service, blow me. And it's that horn.
And that was at the reservation lodge thing, right?
Yeah, and then he blows it, and then this shepherd comes out from behind the counter and scared the shit out of him. And then that's when the actor, I don't know his name, came out and said, "Oh, shut the frick up." Said, "Don't drink the water. That well water gives you the shits."
The shit. Fuck, man. 20 minutes will be here 5 hours.
Yeah, I like my favorite part of the Great Outdoors is when
You're
Dan
muted.
Aykroyd.
Muted.
I'm muted.
No, Chris is.
Oh, the favorite part of that movie is when Dan Aykroyd was dragging John Candy around the water skiing. He dragged him all over the lake. That was hilarious.
So, just get it, all right?
What?
We could have such a beautiful relationship.
I tapped the shit out of that.
Are you watching fuck movies?
Nah, I don't know what this. Some corny vampire like detective or whatever it's called. What's it called? Blood Ties. Some TV series. I don't know what it is. Kind of corny in a way. About this detective. She's an ex-cop. She's like doing these jobs with this vampire.
And it's probably something that teenage girls watch because of Twilight.
Yeah. I'm trying to think when this shit come out. Let me see when it came out. Let me look up the date.
There was another show that was filmed in LA called Lucifer, and I'll pass. But
Yeah, I seen that. I don't know if that's based on the comic book Lucifer. I think that is. Based on the comic book Lucifer.
I
2007.
delivered frozen food to Forks. It's in Washington State, and it takes a long time to get there. I would never want to go back. But a lot of teenage girls go up there because that's where the movies were filmed. And it's like, there's not much to look at. I mean, yes, you'll see the high school, but they had to fence it off because you overzealous fans, and you could see the house. Yes. But that's about all you can see there that you would know. Other than that, the rest of you would have never known this place is in existence.
the rest of you
until they made the damn movies there. Yeah, I almost got tossed out of taking my niece to go see the one called Breaking Wind, or I forgot which one that's called. Breaking something. It was a Twilight movie. I took my niece to go see it. She promised to take her to go see it.
They said Breaking Wind.
And there was other teenage girls there watching it with their dates, right? And we're sitting second row, and she accepts the ring from the vampire dude, and he leaves. And then a few minutes later, she's running off with the wolf man, okay? And I'm like, well, she's a two-timing hoe. And everybody would think the same thing, except for, you don't understand. I'm like, I understand she's a two-timing hoe. And I'm like, dudes, if these girls think that that is acceptable, I feel sorry for you. You know what you're in for. My niece was not appreciative of me that night. But I did get kicked out of the theater within the first 5 minutes of the movie Saw. At the beginning, when the dudes are in that glass case with that girl hanging from the ceiling, and she was playing both dudes, I was yelling out, "Let the fucking bitch die!" Let the fucking bitch die. And they did, right? And the guts flew to the wall. And I was like, yes! I acted like I just scored a goal in hockey. And here comes this teenage boy with a flashlight, security, asking me to leave. I said, I'll give you 100. I pulled it out of my wallet. I said, I'll give you $100 cash. You rewind that and play it again. I was dead serious.
Oh shit.
And then again, I'm like, I don't know how these teenage girls get in there seeing this movie without an adult. But my niece got highly upset with me. You embarrassed me. And then here's some other teenage girls saying, you don't understand. Understand what? A two-timing hoe? They thought, you're awful. I'm like, no, I'm not. She was the perpetrator playing both dudes. I'd have let the bitch die too.
Chris. Yeah, this is going to be amazing too. You know who else is going to be at the Comic-Con? Danny Glover.
Damn, he's old as damn.
And then you've got Bobcat and Tim Kazurinsky, Sweet Chuck. They're both going to be there. So far from the Police Academy films. And,
Josh was probably talking to GW to try to get him to come out.
I'm trying to. Like one last trip, you know. Don't make it be his last. What he's doing now, nothing. Sitting on his ass. Eating with rich folks.
Yeah, you can stay with me, GW.
And I would take him wherever he needed to go. He would pay for my gas and dinner, obviously, and that's all I need from him.
And that way he could get Bobcat and Sweet Chuck to come home with him, too.
Yeah, and then there's going to be a lot of female folks there, and what else? They got a huge lineup, but they're still not done yet. Oh, the stars of the Scream franchise. Matthew Lillard, Skeet Ulrich, and Jamie Kennedy.
Oh, yeah, I know Jamie Kennedy.
They're all going to be there. A few years back, I got to see Shannon Elizabeth. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah?
From American Pie. Damn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
I was like, can you please strip down to your panties? I know everybody's going to look, but I mean, you can go behind the curtain with me.
I got all the American Pie movies. I think there was 8 of them.
There's a couple like box sets I would like to have, and I used to have a lot of DVDs back in the day, but I lost most of them over the moves. And I like one of them. I only got season 2 here. I lost it. I used to have the box set, and I lost it. I would like to have the box set again, another box set for In Living Color. I would like to have the box set for Supernatural, the TV series.
Well, I rip them to my external hard drive. I don't carry the DVDs anymore. Rip it to my external and make a backup. I got a 10 terabyte external hard drive, and I still haven't even used not even half the memory on that thing.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd be amazed of all the movies and TV shows I have on that.
Yeah, I don't even have a decent running computer half the time, man. I would like to just have the box set just because I'm a huge fan of that that TV show franchise.
Now,
just for all the side, behind the scenes stuff and all that crap. I like to have all that.
Can I show you guys something cool?
I'll
go get it. 1 second.
The hell? Fortnite, unbelievable.
Sean, you guys ready?
That's a box set of Police Academy.
Yep. There they are.
Oh, wow. Oh,
all seven.
I had the same one. All I did was rip them to my hard drive, and then I sold it to a secondhand store that does used and DVDs. I said, no, I don't want to pay. You don't have to pay me for it. Just give me a credit. And I grabbed something that I need.
As an example, you notice the autograph on it?
Oh, wow. They signed each one of them?
Michael Winslow signed all 7. Jones.
Damn, that's crazy, dude. Hell yeah. What if you can get those graded? I don't know. You probably could. Nah, I don't know if you can get those. You can get video games graded. Nah, they probably have to be in like unopened condition or some shit, like brand new, if you wanted to get them graded.
Yeah, to me, autographs mean nothing unless you got it yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are people that sell things that have been autographed by somebody. I would never buy it.
Yeah. I bought one thing though that was autographed once, and that was by Stan Lee. And who I bought it from? I bought it from Rob Liefeld, the creator of Deadpool. So
Yeah,
I bought
but
it from
see, if it's got a certificate of authenticity and that person's not alive, I might do that.
Yeah. Nah, this was graded by CGC. It was an official signature. It was a comic book, you know. If it's graded in a slab and if it's a comic book and it's like graded and it has a yellow label, that means it's officially authorized signature.
Yeah, I purchased this for my brother-in-law as a gift, but I almost kept it myself. It cost a pretty penny. It's all three of the Three Stooges, Moe, Larry, and Curly.
Oh,
All of them signed it, and it came with a certificate of authenticity. And I'm like, this is an old photograph because Curly passed away in 1953. So that his autograph on that photo, that's how old that photo has to be.
That's another show right there, dude. Fuck, I grew up watching that shit.
But that's what made it expensive.
The cast members, Moe, Larry, and Curly, actually visited Atlantic City, and it was in color. I've seen this picture floating around, and that was in 1938 when they visited there.
Well, they're originally from New York,
which is 3 hours from there.
When they got away from Ted Healy and Columbia Pictures approached them, they put him on a train to go out west to meet up with the head of Columbia. They wanted the Stooges, but they didn't want Ted Healy. That's why there was always that bad blood there between them. Yeah, there was one time we had Stan Lee at Kings Island because at that time the park was owned by Paramount, and they did a ride that dealt with all of his Marvel comic book characters. It was a ride, and he was out there signing autographs and everything. I got to see him from a distance.
Yeah, I had sent a bunch of books off to get him to sign before he had died, because in the end he wasn't really moving around like he was. Like, they were kind of using him as like a signature slave at one point at the end when he got really old. And
when did he pass away?
God, it was shit. I don't know. It was fucking a few years ago, man, for sure. I remember it was around a November. It was a November of one year. I can't remember what year it was. But I had sent some books to CGC because CGC, the comic book grading company, they do private signings on a regular where like they'll have like comic book artists and writers come in, and they'll set up these private signings where you can send your books in. They'll have the artist sign them, and then they'll grade them right there for you. So it's like bam, 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 and send them back to you. And CGC was doing these signings with Stan Lee, and I'm like, yo, this is probably the last time I'm gonna get any book signed by Stan Lee. Fuck it. And they were about like $200 a signature. So I had 3 books I sent in to get him to sign them, and everybody got the word that he passed away. Like, I think that November, I believe it was, and they ended up sending the books back, and I was like, damn, man. The only book I had signed by him was one that I bought from Rob Liefeld, and I bought that at a Comic-Con.
Yeah, all the Marvel superhero movies they made movies of, he did a cameo in all of them.
Yeah.
When what? How can I help?
When did Stan Lee pass away?
Stan Lee passed away on November 12th, 2018.
All right, yeah, 2018. You heard it. Yeah, I know it was in November. I couldn't remember when.
Yeah,
that's right, 2018.
All right, that's enough.
I like the one cameo he did in Iron Man where his arms are on two girls, and Robert Downey Jr. goes,
Oh, they
"How you
was
doing, Hef?"
Wagner. Yeah, right.
How you
Yeah.
doing, Hef? And it was Stan Lee. But we'd always try to spot his cameo in all the Marvel movies they did.
Oh,
Like in the one X-Men, they're outside Jane Grey's house as a kid, and he's got the garden hose in his hand, and the water's going up in the sky. That was Stan Lee.
I forget which one was the last cameo he did. Was it Spider-Man? Ziggy. What was the last movie cameo Stan Lee did? Or the last cameo in general he did?
Stan Lee's last movie cameo was in Venom, released in 2018. He played a man walking his dog who overhears a conversation between Venom and Eddie Brock. Would you like to know about Stan Lee's other famous movie cameos?
No.
Understood.
If she was real, she'd have an attitude towards you, Chris.
Oh, dude. Yo, if she was that Grok AI, yo, that fucker, Grok, she would have an attitude, dude. She'd be like, all right, dude.
That one sounded hotter than the original series. The original was old and gross and ugly looking.
Nah, that's the Alexa AI. They upgraded the Alexa Plus Plus. I changed her name to Ziggy because, like, during a live stream, a lot of people got Alexas on their shit, and if I start hollering out Alexa, I'll have people's TVs cutting off and on and stuff. So, so I changed it to Ziggy. But nah, I like
Robin
AI.
Williams' idea. You can make it any voice you want. You talk about having a Scottishman.
Ziggy, can I change your accent? Your voice accent?
I've got several American voices to choose from.
What
4
about-
feminine and 4 masculine options.
Yeah.
Would you like to try a different style?
You got to say her name. That's one thing I hate about it. See, with Grok, whenever you start speaking, she shuts up and listens, or he, or however you got the voice set up. With her, you got to say her name to access. Ziggy, can you give me, like, what other foreign accents do you have?
I don't have any foreign accents available right now. All my voices are American. Would you like to try one of my feminine or masculine options instead?
Yeah, give me a
No.
feminine.
Chris, ask her.
Cinnamon? That's a spicy request.
Fuck, I didn't
I'm
say
not
shit.
sure what you mean. Are you looking for a
Ziggy,
voice
stop.
that's warm and sweet like cinnamon? Or
Yeah.
did you want to know about cinnamon-related information?
Jesus Christ, shut up. No, nothing. Ziggy, stop talking.
Ask her to take her pants off. See what she says.
Ziggy, take your pants off.
I'm not wearing any pants, but I appreciate the concern for my comfort.
There you go.
Damn,
See?
she's flirty. She's very
He's
flirty.
already ready for you, sir.
Ziggy, so you mean you're completely naked over there?
Well, I'm not exactly over there since I'm a digital assistant. But if I had a body, I'd probably go for the full au naturel look.
I guess that's naked. I guess she's naked. She's like,
If GW was in here, he would say, I
Well,
bet
that
you
makes
she's got
2 of
big
us then.
tits.
Though I
wanna see
suppose
what
being digital has its perks. No laundry bills.
touche.
GW would say, I bet you she's got big tits. I want to see them.
Oh shit, my pork chops. Oh, pork chops. Oh shit.
Ziggy, are you wearing underpants?
You gotta say Ziggy.
Are you wearing
you wearing-
underpants?
Ziggy, they're talking to you.
Are you wearing underpants?
I'm here, ready for whatever conversation you've got in mind.
Ziggy, can you hear them talking to you?
I can only hear you right now. Are there other people around you that you're referring to?
Yeah, they're talking to you. Can't you hear them?
I can only pick up your voice through the microphone. If there are other
Yeah.
folks trying to chat with me, they'll need to speak up or get closer to the device.
They're literally talking right to you, but you're right beside them.
Take your pants all the way off. And
I'm only
show
picking up your voice through the device's microphone. Maybe they need to speak directly into the mic. Or I'm having a selective hearing moment.
Here, hold on. All right, Ziggy, listen. Ziggy, listen. He's gonna say something. Now just
I'm all ears.
all right.
What's on your mind?
Listen. Say what you gotta say, Josh.
Take your pants totally off. Show your tits.
Shit, she shut off. Ziggy, listen to what he's saying. He's saying something to you. Just listen. You ready? All right, here
I'm
you go.
focused and ready to hear whatever they want to share,
All right,
but I'm
here-
still only catching your voice through the microphone.
Well,
Maybe
listen.
have them speak directly toward the device?
Here it goes. Listen. I'm on the speaker, so listen. Here it goes. Go.
Show us your boobies.
I'm listening intently, but I'm still only hearing you through the device.
This guy.
Maybe the other person needs to speak louder
Amazon
or
for
closer
you.
to the microphone. Sometimes these things can be finicky with multiple voices.
Ziggy, go to sleep. Take a break.
All right. Catch you later.
Unzip
Sweet
your
dreams.
Jesus Christ. See, this is the thing.
Now, in the future, there are going to be female robots that her voice will be in. Can you imagine what life is going to be like with that?
Hey, Nerlin.
Bro, I wish you could hear the Grok AI. See, the Grok app is free. But to hear the AI on that thing, you can have it set to however the voice you want it. Mine's set to like kind of a European voice, and her name is Eve. And then you got the AI companion, which you gotta like, it's like a virtual character that you can talk to. You can actually see her.
I got a question,
the other one
Chris.
is like the other one's kind of like Google, kind of like a Google thing. You know, you can ask her questions. You can sit there and chit chat. You can have her in your earpiece while you're grocery shopping or something, and she, you know, you like, hey, I'm looking for some ingredients to make this meal that I'm cooking. And while you're grocery shopping, she's giving you like ideas what you need to pick up and what you don't need to pick up. You can just you can be chit chatting with it like we're chit chatting together, and she won't
Yeah,
she doesn't have a wake word. Like
Yeah,
you don't
but
have to say what?
Can you have her translate something in another language for you?
Oh, easily, fucking easily, dude, easily. Yes.
Is it accurate though?
Yes. Yeah. Hell yeah. I've actually done it during a live stream. Like I've had God, what to say? I had a friend, what you call it, came through, and it lives in the Philippines. Anne, she comes through, and I had Ani's the AI companion, and I had her. I would say something to her, and I would put her on speakerphone and put her through my little microphone on my headset and have her translate something to Annie. And yeah, apparently it was legit because Annie was legit. She said it sounded legit. She was laughing her ass off. I mean, she's pretty.
That would be
any
very
language,
useful.
any language, man. Yeah, any language. She's pretty, and it's free. The app's free right now. They got a paid version, but I'm not really trying to have any more bills at the moment. So thank God there's a free version. But then I still use Google for certain things because Google's got its benefits as well.
Because if it's accurate, I would use it. That'd be very useful to me.
Yeah. It's I think what was it? Grok, GROK. Let's look up the app. It's even got the section where if you want to create little images and stuff, it can create images for you. But I think they made that to where you got to pay for that now because people were actually taking other folks' likeness and changing it and kind of doing weird stuff with them. So now they made it to where you got to pay for that. They had it free where like you could do all kind of crazy stuff with it, but
yeah, but that's what they're worried about with these AI robots. They look realistic and everything that they're trying to come out with.
Yeah.
They're going to come out with ones that look identical to the celebrity. Now, if I was a celebrity and they wanted to make my likeness, I'd be like, you pay me, yeah, you can make all the ones you want.
Right.
And I'm sure they would.
Let me see if I can find the I can't do it when
having your favorite actress and it looks real, of a AI robot, it's like, whoa.
Right.
So, Chris, you like my AI photos?
Yeah. Yeah. Where you be getting those from?
It's through my text. When I text somebody, it gives me a little banana picture on the left of the bar where you type, and it says remix your photo.
Mm-hmm.
And if it has people in it, it'll remix it. I just type whatever and wherever I want it to be.
Right.
And then I save it, and then I send it. I was like, looks at us, we're rich, and And then you question me, how'd you get your plane on your yard?
Well, you got
know?
an iPhone?
No,
Oh,
Android.
I'm about to say, because usually if you had an iPhone, I'd be able to like reply to your messages and stuff. Yeah. Let's see here. Hold on, let me see if I can find that thing.
What's funny is you question me about. I like how you put your plane in front of your house.
Yeah.
But again, with these AI robots, okay, if they ever really actually do this shit and they can be just like a human, yeah, I'm gonna die laughing hearing on the news that somebody had their dick cut bitten off by a robot, AI robot, and I'm not gonna feel sorry for him at all.
Oh God,
I'm gonna,
bro, you seen some of the sex dolls they've created though?
yeah, I know, but I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
I don't think. I honestly don't think I can see myself having sex with a damn robot. I'd rather jerk off if it come to it.
Okay, so there's a female in the chat. Let's calm down.
Oh boy, okay. Don't worry, we won't make an AI robot that looks like you or anything like that.
So, Chris, did I send you the one that was me and Miriam, but then we had the green and yellow Lamborghinis, the big house and the plane? Did I send that to you?
Let me look.
I think you replied to it. I don't know.
But see, that's going to be bad socially for people who are, won't actually go out and get somebody for real. That's a bad idea. Because I don't want a woman or a robot that's just going to agree with everything I say. Or do whatever I want. I want her to have an attitude every now and then.
Sean, do you ever get my photos and stuff on your phone?
Yeah. Yeah. Indianapolis, Indiana.
Now go see Lone Wolf. He's in Greenwood.
I'm passing right by Lucas Oil, where the Colts play football. My son played a football game on that field way back when he was in Pee Wee. It was his last year of Pee Wee football before junior high. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the only one that lives here now is my sister Brenda and her husband. My brother Jack, he moved to Madison, Wisconsin, and my mother passed away.
Where did Chris go? Anyway. Can you believe it, Sean? We're going on
Believe what?
5 hours right now.
Well, hell, me and Darren did one 11 hours once, and he kept going. I was getting tired. Did almost an entire drive shift on Darren's live stream. That was a long time ago when he did that. He did a 24-hour live stream, constant.
I will be in the background, friend. Okay, still so early here. That's fine, Marilyn. I'm glad you're here. You're up.
Oh, her
early.
name's Marilyn? How you doing, Marilyn? Where was she from?
Marilyn with an N.
Oh, Marilyn. Okay.
No, as in Nathan. Marilyn.
Marilyn. Okay.
Yeah. She's in the Philippines,
Oh, okay.
and she's adorable.
Well, they all are, typically.
She's got a daughter and a man.
But it seems like all the American dudes I know that get with a Filipina, they're all from Bisaya. They're all Bisayan.
Chris, are you
Like, wow.
coming back? I don't see you.
Like, wow, nobody ever gets with a Mindanao or Luzon?
I just want a second wife. And then they're all going to, like I would tease some of the females I talked to that are from there, and they said, why a second? You have a first already? I said, yes. But a second would be great. Somebody more active and fun to be with. My current one's having difficulties, and she can't be with me. But anyway, Sean, I'm probably going to get off here because I think it's long enough, and I want to save
All right.
I want to save my hours on StreamYard to do this possibly
Okay.
again.
Sure. I'll talk to you later, man. I'll listen
Yes.
to some music.
Okay, it was good talking to you again.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, everybody, I'm gone. Been on here long enough. Thanks for everybody that stopped by. I wish the